Let us pray. Almighty God, who in wisdom and goodness have appointed the office of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests are committed to our church. Amen. Given the circumstances we are operating in, I think, because I can see some of the members who had been listed as having some seats in the chamber this afternoon still making their way there. Obviously, you know, there are others who think that the house starts at 4 p.m. So they are still making their way. So for purposes of what we are supposed to do, I declare that we quorate for purposes of the preliminary business that needs to be transacted. Proceed.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Honourable members, as you're aware, our standing order number 41, subsection 4, the National Assembly standing orders requires the Speaker to report to the House any message received from the Senate. In this regard, I wish to report that I have received a message from the Senate regarding its approval of the following bills. A, the mediated version of the County Government's Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2017, and B, the mediated version of the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2017. In summary, the message conveyed that the Senate, by a resolution made on the 21st of April 2020, approved the mediated versions of the two bills. You'll also recall that the two bills were referred to a mediation committee after the Senate initially disagreed with the amendments made by the National Assembly. The mediation committee was led by the member for Kipipiri, the Honorable Amos Kimunya, EGH MP, on the side of the National Assembly. The reports of the mediation committees containing the mediated versions of the said bills were laid on the table of the House, and notice of motion on the same given on Wednesday, 22nd April 2020, in accordance with the provisional standing order number 150, subsection 1. As you may have noticed from the order paper of today afternoon, the House Business Committee has since scheduled the two bills to be considered by the House on Wednesday, May 6, 2020, thereby concluding the bicameral processes on the two bills. And the House is thus accordingly informed. Next.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
First, a request for statement by the member for Kinangop, the Honorable Dhuku Kwenya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to issue a statement of condolence on demise of late Kimani Wanyoike, who is a member of parliament for Kinangop and Kipipiri, the defunct Nyandarua South constituency. Honorable Speaker, I wish to make a statement regarding the demise of the veteran politician and former member of parliament, Nyandarua South, current Kinangop and Kipipiri constituencies. The late Honorable Kimani Wanyoike passed on while undergoing treatment in Nairobi. Honorable Speaker, the late Wanyoike had an illustrious career as a vocal trade unionist and a politician. It would be remembered that Honorable Wanyoike ran for presidency in 1997 on a Ford People ticket. Honorable Speaker, the late Honorable Wanyoike was a charismatic, patriotic, and dedicated numerous of his years to the service of the Nyandarua South constituency and the nation at large. Kenyans will also remember him as one of the heroes who selflessly fought for multipartyism, ushering the country into unprecedented spheres of democracy. He served for 9 years as a member of parliament for Nyandarua South constituency, later to be named Kinangop and Kipipiri constituencies in Nyandarua district. I wish to, on behalf of the National Assembly, the people of Kinangop constituency, indeed on my own behalf, convey our sincere condolences to his family, friends, and the people of the larger Nyandarua County for this great loss. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Next by the Honorable Caleb Kostanya, member for Soy. No, can you inform, Sergeant at Arms, can you inform the member for Soy? The member for Soy, he better be informed that he stands a chance of losing. Member for Muranga, the Honorable Sabina Chege, you are here. Are you requesting a statement or you are providing some statement? Proceed to request the statement, then later when we finish with the request, then you can give the name. You don't have a card? What is it? What is it? Can you tell the ICT people, I don't want to hear these things about members' cards not working. Certainly not at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 442C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Education and Research regarding digital e-learning and status of end-of-term and semester examination for learners in schools, that is both primary and secondary schools, colleges, universities, and other institutions in this country. Honorable Speaker, it is on the account of these ongoing challenges occasioned by the coronavirus disease COVID-19 pandemic in the country on schools and colleges learning program that I seek a statement from the Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Education and Research on the following. One, on what has the Ministry of Education put in place to address the learning and examination programs for schools, colleges, university, and other institutions in the country without compromising the education calendar and subsequent years for the learners, including graduations and other ceremonies. This, Honorable Speaker, also includes the KCP and KCSE examination. Two, what measures is the ministry putting in place to address the gap that e-learning is not equitable to all learners due to limited or no access at all to the internet, equipment, gadgets such as radio and TV, and other infrastructure such as power, electricity, in their areas and homes. And three, if the digital e-learning and use of other devices will indeed be enrolled, what measures has the government put in place to ensure effective teaching, dissemination, and learning to all pupils and students in schools, colleges, and universities and other institutions throughout the country in a holistic, cheaper if not free, equitable, standardized, and qualitative manner? And four, to explain how the said digital learning away from classes will be accessible to those children from extremely disadvantaged families whose parents have neither laptop, smart television sets, and smartphones, or even electricity or other power source. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, is the Chair of Education in the chamber, or I saw him in the morning? Well, if he is not in the afternoon sitting, then the request will be channeled through the Leader of the Majority's office.
Speaker, no, next week, Wednesday,
Yes,
I'll ask the Honorable Sabina to give me a copy.
very well. The next request is by the Honorable Martin Owino, member for Ndiwa. The Honorable Martin Owino.
Martin, you look different.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was from outside. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 442C, I wish to request a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee of Education and Research regarding preparations and precautionary measures during the NDE exams for Class 8 and Form 4s in the country during pandemic period of this COVID-19. Honorable Speaker, considering that the government will open schools to allow students to take their end-year examinations for Class 8 and Form 4s, while adhering to the measures put place to contain and bring to end the spread of the coronavirus, it has been observed, notably, that many primary school and secondary schools are still facing infrastructure challenges, such as the use of desks, overpopulated classrooms, dormitories, and lack of modern technology. Also access to to water, soap, sanitizers, and a fact that some schools will be used as isolation and quarantine centers. If necessary, the government will use more schools. Mr. Speaker, it is against this background that I seek statement from the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Education and Research on the followings. One, what preparations and precautionary measures has the ministry undertaken to ensure that the government policy and directives on hygiene and social distancing by schools are observed and adhered to the latter when they reopen? Number two, what steps has the ministry taken to ensure that essential commodities are available and will be distributed to all schools? Number three, what measures have been put in place to ensure that fumigation and sanitation of schools that were identified and used as quarantine centers are done thoroughly before reopening of schools? Number four, would the government consider waiving payment of tuition and exam fees to the needy students who cannot afford, considering that the income of many Kenyans has been diminished by COVID-19? The last one, Mr. Speaker, does the ministry have a plan to engage counselors to promote guidance and emotional support system, considering COVID-19 is surrounded by fear and stigma? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Once again, that is directed to the chairman, Education and Research Committee. But I'm wondering why the chairperson is not in the house, because he's supposed to respond to. But he's supposed to be responding when we finish with these requests. And now he will respond to the. The Chair Education Committee. You cannot be without a chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I also agree that chairs should be having chairs to respond to seats so that they can be able to respond to statements and questions. I pray that I shall be able to bring these statements back to the House next week, Wednesday. Thank you. I also have a statement.
Sergeant at Arms, can you allocate the Chair Education, one of these empty seats? There are very many members who, yes. And we have since decided, after 3 p.m., all these seats, those who have indicated they are coming and they are not here, the seats should be taken by those others who desire to be present that are in the tents and other holding areas. The next request is by the member for Thika Town, Patrick Wainaina Jago. Member for Thika Town. Is he in the house? Or the one in a green tie? Looks like a snake. Honorable Jango.
Yes, sir.
Please make your request.
I will. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A request for statement pursuant to standing order number 44-2C regarding status of the application for renewal of land lease for Del Monte Company. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to standing order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Lands regarding the status of the application for the renewal of the land lease of Del Monte Kenya Limited. Honorable Speaker, Del Monte Kenya Limited is Kenya's largest producer and exporter of pineapple, produce, and other, and other fruit beverages, moving an average of 4,000 containers per annum, earning the country over $90 million in foreign exchange annually. Honorable Speaker, the company, which has been in existence in Kenya for more than 50 years, has established world-class plantation and industrial operations, providing employment for more than 6,500 Kenyans. As one of the company's largest single employer, the company injects about 2.7 billion in annual payroll. In addition, the company pays over Kenya shillings 5 billion annually to more than 320 small-scale, medium food suppliers, local suppliers of various materials and services, as well as support industries and packaging in packaging materials. This further creates employment for almost other 28,000 Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, the land lease for the Del Monte Company land expires in 2022, and Del Monte did commence in 2012 the process of applying for renewal of the land lease. Regrettably to date, no decision has been made on the same. The delay is negatively affecting the company's operations, employees, suppliers, and other dependents, as well as the livelihood of thousands of families and hundreds of businesses that rely on the company production. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Lands. In her statement, the chairperson should inform the House on the following. Number one, what is the status of application for renewal on the land lease for Del Monte Kenya Limited? Number two, aware that this company, a company of this magnitude, requires a minimum of 5 years to plan its operations. And considering that the land lease expires in 2022, what is the government doing to expedite the renewal process? Number three, are there plans to conduct land survey of Del Monte Company Limited with a view of establishing actual size, land size, leased to the company? Number four, are there plans to carry out forensic audit of all land leased to Del Monte with view of establishing the status of used land, unused land, and public land? Number five, what are the timelines for renewal of Del Monte land lease to be determined in order to enable the company to plan its operations? I know the committee has received many such requests, but this is a 0 hour for Del Monte. Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to condole with those affected by COVID-19, pamoja tukomeshe corona. Asante.
Statement you are seeking. There's a motion where you will be able to now proceed to handle what you've done.
That's right. Thank you.
Sergeant, at times I can see the chair of Lands Committee to whom this statement, the request is directed, is standing at the door there. Can she be afforded there are very many seats. After the next 2 minutes, Sergeant, at times don't bother about people coming to claim that they were supposed to be in the afternoon. Allow, just fill all the other seats. with those who are keen to participate in parliamentary business. Can you allow the chair of lands to come in? Chair of lands, that request is directed at you.
Indeed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, I was at the members' launch, and I was able to listen to the Honorable Wajangon, and I would like to say that we will be able to respond to him in 1 week. That is Wednesday next week, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. You can take a seat. Don't bother going to sit out there. There are very many empty ones. Even the member for Thika Town should be given a seat. There are very many empty ones. We are not going to wait for those who have not come. The house sat from 2:30. At 3 p.m., we cannot be saying that you had been listed to come. For the second time, member for Soy, the Honorable Kositani Caleb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, protect me from the leader of majority, I'm sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to seek a statement regarding the utilization of over shillings 40 billion during the prevention and management of the spread of the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, in this country. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning regarding the utilization of Kenya shillings 40 billion during the prevention and management of the spread of the coronavirus disease, COVID-19, in the country. Honorable Speaker, however, it has been alleged and observed that the government has so far spent Kenya shillings 40 billion on various initiatives against this It is against this background, Mr. Speaker, that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning to address the following. 1, to explain how the utilization of over shillings 40 billion has been spent during prevention and management of the spread of the COVID-19 in this country. Which health responses, that is 2, which health responses have been undertaken and how much has been collected from citizens who are paying for the quarantine costs. Which and how much tax refunds have been made by the Kenya Revenue Authority, who have made it clear that they are not implementing the presidential directive until it is approved by Parliament. How many elderly persons have been paid, how much per person, and what criteria was used to identify the beneficiaries? How much has been spent on the National Intelligence Service during the period, and why NIS needed extra funding to undertake what it was established to do? How much has been paid to small, medium enterprises to cushion their businesses during this pandemic, and what criteria was used in identifying the beneficiaries? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, how many health medics, workers, and operators have been recruited, and what are they being paid as salaries and allowances, including provisions of personal protection equipment, PPEs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That is the Chair of Finance. Yes, Leader of Majority, what's your point of order?
Speaker, the 40 billion the member is alleging to have been used by government in the war against COVID-19, unless he provides evidence to the House. This is a House of Rules. If it is from a social media, from where I sit, the appropriation bill we are doing this afternoon is the one that gives money for COVID-19. So unless this 40 billion evidence is provided, I saw it, every day, 1 billion, 1 billion. So unless evidence is provided, then I don't know, maybe the Chair of Finance, where is he going to find? Because today, this afternoon, what we are doing it, so I don't know, maybe you can guide the House. If the member is aware already that 40 billion have been spent, then the committee can find out. But where is this 40 billion? This is the house that appropriates. And the only appropriation that we are going to do is through supplementary this afternoon. So I think, Chair, you need to guide.
Well, you know, even an answer to say that nothing has been spent is an answer.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Limo will come, or I don't know, because you see, in fairness, honorable members, remember, we are in exceptional circumstances, and I'm sure I've been seeing the Honorable Caleb Kotsani is an active member of what they call the night shift. And they have been raising that, that's why it has been picked. I've been seeing it. So I think the Chair of Finance will come and respond to the member of night shift. The Chair, Education. You have to respond to a request for a statement by the Honorable Esther Passaris. Honorable Mele? Where is the member for Nairobi? It's only fair that is she supposed to be sitting in the chamber or the other place?
Thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Mele.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on Wednesday last week, Honorable Member for Nairobi, Honorable Esther Pasari sought a statement from the from the Chair, Departmental Committee on Education and Research regarding the distribution of sanitary towels to students while schools are temporarily closed during this period of COVID-19 pandemic. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Passaris asked the Minister to, among other things, answer the following questions. That one, how many girls are still benefiting from sanitary towels while schools are closed? Two, what measures are put in place to ensure the sanitary towels programs continues to cater for girls registered in public schools by the Ministry of Education to access the pads? And three, what mechanisms are being employed in the distribution of sanitary towels to all girls at their places of residence and the measures put in place to curb the spread of COVID-19? Honorable Speaker, as was asked, we got a written response or statement from the CS, and it goes as follows. Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, sanitary towels are expected to benefit a total of 1,698,763 girls enrolled in classes 6 to 8 in selected public and all special primary schools in 47 counties in the country that were captured in the program when the distribution is complete. The delivery to the Sub-County Directors of Education Office was completed by March 31st, 2020 for the current financial year, 2019-2020, at a cost of 375 million shillings before the schools closed. See attached table. Honorable Speaker, the CS has attached a table to this statement, and I think I will also table it, which lists all the counties and the number of girls that have benefited from number 1, Baringo County, to number 47, West Pokot County. Question number 2. Honorable Speaker, the program is aimed, the question is, what measures are put in place to ensure the sanitary towels program continues to cater for girls registered in public schools by the Ministry of Education to access the pads? Honorable Speaker, the program is aimed at providing sanitary towels once to girls in public primary and special schools across the country for use throughout the school calendar. It mainly targets girls in class 6 and 8, the age at which majority sets in. Other girls who join school at an older age and are in lower primary are also included in the program. The package issued to each of the targeted girls is expected to last them through the calendar year. Question number 3. What mechanisms are being employed in the distribution of sanitary towels to all girls at their places of residence and the measures put in place to curb the spread of COVID-19? The response from the CS. Honorable Speaker, the sanitary towels are delivered directly to the Sub-County Director of Education offices by the manufacturers, from where the head teachers of schools in these in these specific sub-counties, pick them based on a number of beneficiaries from their institutions. The sub-counties that received their supplies before the closure of schools issued the towels to the eligible head teachers who distributed them to the targeted girls. The other sub-county offices where sanitary delivery was done after the schools closed will issue them to the head teachers when the schools open. Due to complications in logistics involved in reaching the students in their respective homes, given the current partial lockdown and dusk to dawn curfew. I further wish to confirm that my ministry is strictly implementing measures to curb the spread of COVID-19 as spearheaded by the government. I think he hasn't indicated the measures he's taking, just affirmed. So that is the response to the statement by Honorable Esther Passaris, and I therefore table the statement and the list. I think if you direct Speaker, I think the members will get the list from various counties. Thank you.
Very well from the statement. But is the member for Nairobi in the chamber or in any other, the other holding grounds? Honorable Sabina Chege, you want to say something about that? Generally, because it's about sanitary towels, eh?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
You know, I'm a mother and I'm a woman too.
Absolutely.
And so I would wish to really comment about what the Chair for Education has answered. Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit worried when he says the process that the ministry uses, because there's a time the women reps was part of and parcel of distribution of these sanitary towels. And when we left it to the suppliers to actually deposit them at the sub-county, by the time the sanitary towels were taken back to the ministry, some sub-counties had not received, Mr. Speaker. And I would actually want to know what happened, because money had been allocated, people had been given contracts, and these girls never got these sanitary towels. We don't know how long the COVID will stay. These girls need the sanitary towels. Mr. Speaker, that time of the month does not wait because there's COVID. So the girls are experiencing their menses every month. So I would request maybe the Committee on Education to further become innovative and see how would these sanitary towels get to the girls. Mainly they're the girls between class 6 and class 8, and the schools are within their reach. And I know even the sub-chief, even through the provincial administration, these sanitary towels can be availed in their primary schools or secondary schools nearby, and they can be told when to go and pick, because there are some who has no other source of these sanitary towels. So as we wait for the pandemic and for the schools to reopen, I would wish that the ministry would be more active and actually become more innovative to make sure that these girls will still receive these sanitary towels even if they are not in school. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I see some other interventions. Honorable, about these sanitary towels. Member from Vita, you also want to say something about sanitary towels?
No, Mr. Speaker, I actually wanted to speak on what the honorable member had requested on the issue of finance, but my apologies on that.
I see. Okay. I see the Honorable Chebet, member for Nandi County.
Honorable Speaker, I just feel like our children should not wait for COVID-19 to end before they receive the sanitary pads. We M-Pesa money to the old, and such a plan can be designed so that the parents of those children can be M-Pesa some money so that our children can access sanitary pads. This money is budgeted for, and we cannot say they wait. Thank you.
Honorable David Ouma.
No, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. This is not a small matter as such. We, from the rural constituencies, know what happens in these places. There are situations where these towels are also given, but the girls can't even access pants. So the idea would be to ask the committee to ensure that this intervention is wholesome, so that children are able to get what they need wholly. I mean, you can't give towels but the person who's supposed to use them doesn't have what is going to hold the towel. So I want to request the chair of the committee to ensure that as this is being done, the accompanying, I mean, you've seen in this period, if this country can afford to give everyone masks, Why not give our young girls pants to go along with the towels? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mele, do you want to respond to some of those comments? The information I have here is that the Honorable Passaris is said to be on the way. This is not parliamentary. We don't know about somebody being on the way. Where?
Honorable Speaker, I think the issues of sanitary towels is quite weighty matter because our daughters actually require them. But I want to also agree to some extent with the CS that whereas they have these sanitary towels will be distributed in schools, if it is taken from house to house across the expansive country, it is going to be quite a hectic kind of duty. But it doesn't give the ministry an excuse not to distribute them on time and to ensure that our girls have them. Two, I heard what Honorable Ochieng has just said that it has to have some accompaniments. I think sanitary towels are sanitary towels. What else do you need to be for the girl child? You need the, you want us the ministry to supply the underwears and everything. Yes, maybe that's what Honorable Ochieng is just
It's not a debate.
Yes.
Now I can see the member from Muranga wants to say that she wants to inform you.
So I think that, and the CS is going to execute this very well, Honorable Speaker, because it's coming before our committee next week on Tuesday. If actually members who are concerned, you can come before the committee and you can answer and elaborate most of them. Thank you.
Now it looks like this is, don't make it like an agenda issue. The Honorable Janet Ongera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to also make a comment. Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate what the chairman of the Education Committee has said, but Mr. Speaker, there is really an elephant in the room in this issue of the sanitary towels. The manner in which they are distributed, Mr. Speaker, is extremely haphazard. Our children, our girls are not getting them in time. And Mr. Speaker, it was even politicized. When we distributed these sanitary pads, Mr. Speaker, in the year 2018, the women reps were given that chance as patrons of these girls. It was done in a very orderly manner, Mr. Speaker, and it was there for everybody to see, indeed, the numbers. Even the teachers really appreciated in the manner that it was done. Today, Mr. Speaker, as I speak, Kisii County, which I'm the county member of parliament, has not received these sanitary towels. In fact, I'm being hit every other day thinking that perhaps it's me who has eaten this money for sanitary towels, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you know I'm above board on such issues. My history speaks for myself. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to suggest that it does not matter which ministry these sanitary towels are, whether it is in Gender Ministry or Ministry of Education, but I think that the patrons of the girl child, who are the women reps, the 47 women reps, should be given a chance so that they can also be able to give their say in how these sanitary pads are distributed and to see, because we have an interest to see that actually they reach the ultimate user. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Very well, honourable members, I think it's important to appreciate what the chair of the committee has just said, that the CS will be appearing before the committee next Tuesday. And some of the issues that you are raising about the manner of distribution, the point raised by the Honourable Chieng about accompaniment and such like, maybe the CS will be in a better position to respond while still dealing with other issues that the committee, as the Honourable Chair has just stated. It will be much better if you can go and canvass the matter further. Honourable Rachel Nyamai, what is your intervention?
Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank you very much for inviting me from outside so that I could listen and also take the statement which was raised by the Honorable Wajangul. Honorable Speaker, you also ordered that I come and sit in this, and you used your answer and you said, I sit on this direction. And the Honorable Leader of Majority also said that I sit here. After a few minutes, Honorable Speaker, the chair for budget has come in. This chair is clearly marked Chair Budget and Appropriations, the Chair Budget and Appropriations. I have a lot of respect for him. But Honorable Speaker, he has told me, in quotes, that reading ikianza toka. Mr. Speaker, I don't take this kind lightly because he is very bulldozing. After that, Honorable Speaker, one of the sergeant at arms, one of the good-looking ones, I don't know his name, he has been calling me like this. And when I looked at him, he's directing me to go out. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I am in the list of those who are sitting in the afternoon sitting. And I would like to participate in the Small Arms Claims Bill, which is being moved by the Honorable Duale, and also the Supplementary Appropriations Bill. So I am not ready to get out. And he has been calling me very nicely, asking me to follow him. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like you to request them to give me a place to sit. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You know, there's nothing out of order. So, and you know, because you want to pretend that because of COVID-19, we are not going to follow the standing orders, we will follow them. So the Honorable Rachel Nyamai, stay put. We will show you what will happen when the third reading comes. Member for Kamukunji, you are raising your hand up for what is the issue? Insert your card in. Make a request by intervention. There's an intervention section. Get him. Give him.
Why is mine coming?
Is that mic working?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise also on an issue of concern because I was allocated a seat, but I was not able to find my seat does not exist. The 255.
That's not really that. You are sitting somewhere. Well,
yeah, but
is it just you want to be seen to be speaking, or
no,
is that
but
an issue? Just go back and sit where you are sitting.
I want to raise an issue so that actually I am an elected representative. I represent the people of Kamkunji.
I know you are elected.
I understand the circumstances that we're going through, but I think there should be some consideration for members of parliament who have already been allocated seats, that they should be allocated. I have been seated at another place which belongs to another person, and I've been told that I should be vacating it as well. So I would like to be assured that we are all equal as members of parliament, and there isn't a lesser member of parliament.
Please go back.
Thank you.
Otherwise, I see, that's such a frivolous point here. It's the kind of thing that should earn you suspension for the balance of the day. Because, surely, you are seated, Honorable Yusuf. Surely, who doesn't know that you are the elected member of parliament for Kamukunji? Unless you want to tell maybe people in the diaspora who may not have known. Surely, Honorable Yusuf, and you are comfortably seated inside the chamber. You appear to be happy even. So, don't worry. We say that after 3 p.m., even those who had been indicated as being allocated seats and they are not coming to the chamber by 3 p.m., they forfeit that chance. There's no going to, we must allow those members who are willing to be in the chamber to be in the chamber. You don't indicate that you are coming for the afternoon sitting, and by 3 p.m., 30 minutes down the road, you have not come. You better go and do other things, maybe in the village. Okay, but we cannot have seats which are empty. And therefore, Honorable Yusuf, stay put. You have every right to be in the chamber just like any other. It's only that we are living in the circumstances that we are. So don't feel like you are You are not a lesser member. The Chair, Labor and Social Welfare Committee, Honorable Ali Wario.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, 22nd April 2020, the member for Undanyi, Honorable Damu Ashako, sought for a statement pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C from the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding implementation of National Safety Net Program administered by State Department for Social Protection. In particular, the member sought information regarding the following: the measures the ministry is putting in place to ensure all vulnerable persons, particularly the elderly above the age of 70 years, are included in the program. Mechanism being employed to ensure social distancing rules are observed during the current payment cycle to protect the elderly from contracting COVID-19 and other contagious diseases. The number of eligible beneficiaries who have been in the program since 2017 and currently omitted due to the aforementioned technicalities, when the affected persons will be reinstated. Mr. Speaker, I confirm that the ministry received an exchequer of 8.7 billion for 1,094,239 regular beneficiaries of Inua Jamii for the period January to April 2020. These are the beneficiaries that the ministry has successfully migrated from the card to account-based mode of payment, distributed as follows: 766,254 older persons to receive the sum of 6,132,680,000. 293,967 orphans and vulnerable persons to receive 2,351,968,000. 34,017 severely disabled persons to receive 272,228,000. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will table a list of electronic. The names, Mr. Speaker, are so many. With your permission, I will table an electronic list of the names. Mr. Speaker.
That is okay. That's okay, Honorable Wario.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I wish to further confirm that the ministry is in the process of preparing the payment for the months of May and June 2020 to these beneficiaries. My committee will follow up to ensure any gaps identified by members are corrected in the subsequent payment cycle. Specific information sought by Mheshimiwa Mwashako, Mr. Speaker, the measures the ministry is putting in place to ensure that all vulnerable persons, particularly the elderly, above the age of 70 years, are included in the program. Mr. Speaker, according to the records from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, population census 2019, there are 1,239,410 citizens aged 70 years and above. In the ministry's current database, there are 833,129 covered by Inua Jamii, therefore leaving out 406,281. This number will include those who are economically endowed and those in the various pension schemes. From various projections, there are about 250,000 who are poor and vulnerable and who require to be brought into the Inua Jamii program. This will require, Mr. Speaker, an additional funding to a tune of 6 billion shillings annually as direct transfer to the additional 250 persons above the age of 70 years. Already, Mr. Speaker, the current budget has a deficit of 3.9 billion. The ministry will therefore require an additional 9.9 billion to bring on board all the eligible persons above the age of 70. Mr. Speaker, my committee will be lobbying the House to allocate additional funding to the State Department to allow for all our elderly persons above the age of 70 to be in this program. The second concern, Mr. Speaker, mechanism employed to ensure social distancing rules are observed during the current payment cycle to protect the elderly from contracting COVID-19 and other contagious diseases. Before the funds were released for payment on 20th April 2020, the ministry made the following arrangements with payment service providers, the banks, the payment modalities and the hygiene protocols that include, among others, staggering payment as a way of minimizing crowds, allowing elderly persons access pay points as first priority before other beneficiaries, provide for spacing through a sitting arrangement that ensures social distance is maintained. The list is long, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the third concern, the number of eligible beneficiaries who have been in the program since 2017 but currently omitted due to aforementioned technicalities. As of 2017, the ministry had 833,129 older persons cash transfer beneficiaries in the program. From November 2018, when the migration exercise from card-based to account-based mode of payment was carried out, the ministry successfully migrated 766,254 who are in the current payroll. This means, Mr. Speaker, 66,875 have not been migrated into the new payment model. These have various identification-related issues, such as wrong identification number, name mismatch, duplication within and across programs, sharing caregivers, and wrong caregiver details, among others. Others in this category may have passed on, while others may have failed to collect their tokens for account opening, and others may have opened accounts, but for some reasons, the respective PSP bank has not managed to submit the account to the program. Consolidated Cash Transfer Program Management Information System. Mr. Speaker, the last concern raised by Mheshimiwa Mwashako, when the affected persons will be reinstated. The ministry is planning to undertake a fast migration, but this has been hampered by inadequate funding to the program. For the entire 2019-2020 financial year, as indicated above, they have had a budgetary deficit of 3.9 billion as direct transfer across the Inua Jamii program. In this amount, if this amount can be provided in 2020-2021 financial year, the ministry shall be in position to reinstate all elderly above the age of 70 so that they start receiving their stipend from July, August 2020 payment cycle. This is critical segment of the program, given that they were previously receiving cash transfer stipend, and now they are out. They are not. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, allow me to brief and update the House on a matter that is closely related to the issue raised by Hon Mwashako, particularly touching on the additional Kenya shilling 10 billion already allocated to the ministry, and to be regularized by the House through second supplementary estimate 2019-2020. That is currently before the House. Mr. Speaker, this is a laudable move by the government, but must be implemented with caution to ensure that Kenyans get value for their taxes. Mr. Speaker, the 10 billion shillings have been allocated as one-off measure to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on the most vulnerable, and is to be executed through a multi-agency approach involving Ministry of Labor, Health, and Interior. However, after meeting between the committee and the State Department for Social Protection, institution which the Cabinet Secretary undertook to address and report back to the committee within a week. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, I commit to get back to the House on this particular aspect by Wednesday next week. That is on 6th May 2020, to appraise the House on the same. In the meantime, it was agreed that the State Department, no payment will be made from that allocation until the gray areas are addressed. For information to the House, Mr. Speaker, the gaps identified by the committee are the criteria used to identify 108 beneficiaries in informal settlement in Mombasa, Nairobi, Kilifi, and Kwale. The need to involve area leaders and to use the existing structures, such as the Constituency Social Assistance Committee. The amount allocated to the pilot stage of the program. The time frame for the pilot, given that this is an emergency time. The list of beneficiaries and the amount to be paid to each. Way forward on rollout of the counties. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the role of each agency in the multi-agency approach, among others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is Honorable Mwashako in the chamber?
Yes, yes.
Honorable Dan Mwashako? I'm sure the Honorable Mwashako, you have been following the response by the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I was following, but I lost the chair at some point. But I think what I've followed through, I can comment. First and foremost, I want to thank the chair. He was not present last week, but through the majority leader, he's been able to respond. Mr. Speaker, having thanked the chair, I think he's done a good job. However, there are still gray areas. Mr. Speaker, what is happening right now in the rural areas, and of course in the entire country, these old people who have not been registered, when they heard their colleagues and their relatives are being paid, they all flocked into the paying centers. Mr. Speaker, in my place, I'll tell you, some old people are being carried, by their sons and by grandsons to the stations, yet their names are not appearing. The 66,000 he mentioned. Mr. Speaker, I have photos here of old people as old as 100 years who are not in the system, who are not being paid. And when they appear and they're told their names are missing, they fall down because most of them are already under hypertension and other diseases. Some of them are taken to hospital because they imagine that the government has ignored them or they are not part of this country, members of this country. Mr. Speaker, and therefore he has promised to bring another statement next Wednesday. I would ask him to implore more, because the State Department of Social Protection, Mr. Speaker, I don't think they're very serious with this program. Members of Parliament are they're supposed to be patrons of this program in their constituencies. However, many of the members of Parliament are not being involved in the program. And yet, every single complaint, Mr. Speaker, comes to us because they believe we are the custodians, we are the people who understand their challenges. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think we need, as far as he'll bring a statement next Wednesday, we need the State Department to appear in person to the committee to address as many concerns members have. So, Mr. Speaker, I say thank you.
Is it possible that the Honorable Ali Wario, you could schedule a meeting with the Cabinet Secretary and whoever else, so that we can then have, because I can see there are quite a number of members who have been raising these issues, just like I've been captured by the request by the Honorable Mwashako. And because I've also been seeing, I told you I follow the deliberations online. Of course, I can see the Honorable Janet Ongera is beginning to laugh because she belongs to that other, the late night group. and Honorable Beatrice Nkatha there, I know. And Halima Mucheke. And I was surprised the other day, Honorable Nyamai posting something at 3:15 a.m. I can see honorable members work a lot. Like Honorable Mashako was saying, these elderly people, obviously, you represent them. So it is true what Honorable Mashako is saying, that when they appear at those paying centers and they are told their names are not in the system, obviously it's a shock to some of them that can even lead to death. So maybe Honorable Ali Wario, perhaps it might be useful if you could schedule a meeting and then invite members so that they can come and share with the Cabinet Secretary some of those experiences. I'm sure they are varied. But I can see there's some... who is this now? Is this the Honorable Nyikal? You know, you appear different.
Chair, thank you. Chair, this is an extremely important program. And actually, it has got a lot of problems. When this started actually in the year 2008-9, the program actually, we actually patterned it on what was happening in Brazil under President Lula. The idea was to support old people and eventually get a situation where all vulnerable people are gradually increased. But now it has actually beset with so many programs. There are actually 3 programs running together. The orphans and vulnerable children, which does not have as much problem as this. Then the old people, which has now somehow merged with severely disabled people in the area of caregivers. And Mr. Speaker, what is happening, many old people go and they don't get paid for various reasons, starting from the fact that there is state migration, and that migration, they have had now 2 migrations, and that migration have left people out. The other one is with these old people, 1 month the fingerprint is working, the other month the fingerprint is not working. Mr. Speaker, there is also that there are caregivers, and the old people were not actually for caregivers, it was for people with severe disability. But this has now been actually mixed up. And because of that, many people come and they do not get money. And then it is not clear, Mr. Speaker, where this money is, whether it is between the ministry and the banks that are the intermediaries, or it is between the banks and the officers that give it on the ground. And I've started with many meetings, it does not seem to be happening. The issue of the large numbers of 70, over 70, the idea was extremely simple. When we started with 65, there were too many people. So what was supposed to happen was to go up in age until you get a cutoff where you have enough money so that you don't have to make a choice. I don't see why, again, when we went up from 65 to 70, we are still making a choice. All people over 70 should actually be included in that. And then there was supposed to be a single number, and there was a unit to do that number, so that these people can be traced. And it was supposed that we will actually escalate it so that all vulnerable people, particularly in urban areas, would also have this number. Something we would have used today to give the 10 million that we are giving, that we are going to give on a once-off, using the means testing. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the honorable member has to bring to the attention of the minister on the day, and we will make attempt to be there, that the 3 programs must be clearly delineated, particularly the elderly persons and people with severe disabilities. And the institutions that are intermediaries must also be clearly delineated. The ID numbers and the card numbers, there is no reason why they should be mixed up. They are actually
very well.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. But this is something that is dear to me. It's a program that is of great support to the elderly people, and we will be there, but raise this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, maybe we could hear from the chair, because I know I can see all of you want to say something, but you'll be talking to yourselves. let's hear whether there's a meeting planned where you can go and share these things and even correct what the minister is doing. Instead of just saying it here, if it is possible in the course of this coming week, Honorable Wario, perhaps that could solve some of the concerns being raised.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do agree that this program has some gaps and challenges. But Mr. Speaker, coming from the card-based payment system to account-based payment system, there is great improvement. There are challenges and there is improvement. Mr. Speaker, as you rightly put, I will organize a day with members and call the CS to come. Let him hear from members so that he go and improve on what the members are raising. Finally, Mr. Speaker, what I promised to come and share with you on 6th of next month, Mr. Speaker, is about the 10 billion shilling, a one-time payoff for the impact of COVID-19 on the elderly and aged. But the other program, Mr. Speaker, is running well. It has only a deficit of 3.9 billion shillings, Mr. Speaker. If we will get 3.9 billion shillings, I assure the House, I do take undertaking that the 66,000 people who have been left out in the process of migration will be brought on board. But finally, Mr. Speaker, I will invite the minister next week, Tuesday, and communicate to the members so that we will have a meeting and sort this problem once and for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Who is that member? Is the member for Larry? Is that so?
Yes, that's so.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also concerned about the same program because last time I had requested the chair to call the CS for Treasury. Then there was the CS for Labor, Kuriatan. Because the same money, the same people who are over 70 are supposed to have money for Medicare, NHIF card paid through the same money, a certain amount from that money. When we called the minister, I have never received a clear answer on why the old people are going to the hospital and they are told their cards have not been paid for. And it is a joint money because it was supposed to be 2,500. 500 goes to the card and 2,000 goes to the stipend. Now it has been a problem. Every old person is going to the hospital. We are doing harambes every day because their cards are not working. When you go to pay for the cards, you are being told they are in the old people program. So I think when Wario is supposed to call for the meeting, he should also know, as the chair of the Labor Committee, he should also know who else we should call so that we can be able to know where the cards for NHIF, where they will be paid. Because it's also a big concern. I think it has to be a joint committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh gosh. It looks like this pandemic has made you forget the standing orders. This is not debate time. It's not debate time. If the Honorable Wario is going to, as he has indicated, invite the Cabinet Secretary on Tuesday, these concerns which you want to talk to, just say for the sake of it, would be best addressed there. Now, I don't have anything about, Honorable Sabina, please, that's not the issue. Honorable Wario has given an undertaking that he will invite the Cabinet Secretary on Tuesday next week. All those of you who have issues, including, you have said everybody who is 70 years. Honorable Nyika said everybody who is 70 years. I was wondering about those in Parliament now. Those who are members of Parliament, should they also be included? I think these concerns will be best addressed when the Cabinet Secretary is present. Is this the member for Game? Honorable Elisha.
Mr. Speaker, now that I have the mic, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chieng.
I have the mic, Mr. Speaker. Just allow me something very different.
Proceed then.
Mr. Speaker, this is something. Mr. Speaker, you know, the chair of this committee is someone I respect so much. And I want to request you, he had a very good statement. And he does very good Swahili. Why don't you use your powers, Mr. Speaker? I would have been in order to request you that what he just read today can be converted, of course he can do it, into Swahili, so that next time he gives a report next Wednesday, he does it in Swahili, because it's something that is very touchy, and he is very good in the language, Mr. Speaker. That is why I wanted to ask.
I haven't followed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. What I wanted to raise is I fundamentally went to the Committee of Labor and raised issues that were concerning game constituency. I was given an assurance by the then minister that pragmatic steps will be made so that members of my constituency who are above 70 would be put on that bracket. Nothing to date has been done. And when I reflect on it, I thought maybe fundamentally that was just a public relations exercise. So I hope when the minister is coming, it's not another PR exercise that I was taken through. They need to come up with deep pragmatic steps to help the aged members of our society. And as you rightfully put it, also our brothers who are here, the Honorable Ngwenyi, can also benefit. Thank you.
Honorable Sabina, you appear to be burning to say something. What is it?
Mr. Speaker, I just want to appreciate that this is a very important matter. And as a chair with the experience of the limitation of members who can actually attend a specific meeting, Mr. Speaker, I would like to call upon the clerk and maybe yourself and the management of this house that members can be able to follow some of these meetings online. Mr. Speaker, yesterday my committee held a meeting where we used Zoom and we were able even to have members who are at home and who really wanted to interact with our CS participate. So my request is, Mr. Speaker, even if he says Tuesday, not all of us will be able to access to the meeting room. Even today when we're meeting at the chairs, we have limitation because of the COVID. And so I would urge this house to fast track the issue of virtual meetings so that as many members of this house can participate. And with that, then, we'll be able to give our views. On the same one, Mr. Speaker, on NHIF, I think there are people somewhere within the government who just want these things to fail. We have enough money. He has just asked for 3.5 billion. We are allocating money for the elderly on NHIF. I think once we streamline this money, Mr. Speaker, we can be able to save a lot. And the 3 billion he's asking, we might not even need to look for new money. The money is there, we just need to reorganize how we are doing our things. Because there is still the money for vulnerable, where some of the elderly are still included. So once we formalize these things, Mr. Speaker, we can get the 3 billion Honorable Wario was asking for. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Moses Kuria, don't just shout point of order. If you just want to contribute to this thing, just rise in your place now and make your statement.
Chair, I think this is a very fundamental...
Which chair?
Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will stick to my point because I think I have a very fundamental point here. This is a very weighty matter. And as you can see from the mood of the House, it is of concern to many members. It is my request, Mr. Speaker, that the session that the chair of the Labour Committee wants to invite the Cabinet Secretary do happen in this chamber so that as many members can be able to attend. And further, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the Cabinet Secretary, I am aware that there is a draft Social Protection Act that was prepared by the former Cabinet Secretary. So if we can be able to fast track and even come with it on that day so that we can look at means of fast tracking the same. So that Honorable Janet Ongera has talked about a very important issue. If we have got our women reps, why not entrust them with the issue like sanitary towels? If we have got members of parliament, why can't we entrench our role in managing this program and we are the ones who make the law? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
You see, again, it's a mistake that there is any debate. Because you can, even as much as you complain, please, it is your responsibility to make laws and unmake them. So please, address the law, look at the areas of deficits, and make appropriate adjustments. So on the other, on the point about meeting here in the chamber, Remember, there is a protocol that after every usage, like today, this place has to be disinfected. In fact, twice before it is ready for use on Wednesday next week. Because as you can see, these carpets are quite prone to depositing some of those droppings. So it's not known where you go to anyway. Some of the places you may visit could be quite risky. So it might not be possible, Honorable Moses Kuria, for the meeting to happen here, because if it's on Tuesday and the chamber will be due for use on Wednesday, then it may make it difficult, even for the public health officers to. But of course, the mini chamber is available. The mini chamber, county hall, is available, and I'm sure it can take slightly more people than the normal committee rooms. I think, Honorable Wario, that should satisfy. The Honorable Washiali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I sincerely thank you for this opportunity. I rise to request for a statement regarding virtual learning. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Education and Research regarding introduction of virtual learning. Honorable Speaker, we are all aware that COVID-19, a novel pandemic, is a serious international and that has led to closure of our schools since March 15, 2020. However, it is concerning that despite the government having established virtual learning for home-based schooling for learners across the country, not all pupils and students have equal access to television and mobile telephone gadgets with internet access due to social, economic differences. Further, many parents and guardians lack the necessary academic capacity and background to assist their children to benefit from homeschooling through e-learning. Honorable Speaker, in view of these concerns, I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education and Research the following. 1, what measures has the Ministry of Education put in place to ensure equal access to virtual learning by all learners, especially those living in informal settlements and rural areas? 2, could the ministry confirm that the physical infrastructure as electricity and internet connectivity is available to all learners? 3, what plans has the ministry put in place to ensure that the e-learning platform is sufficient for preparation of the candidates who are due to sit for the national exams at the end of this year? 4, could the chairperson confirm whether the ministry has deployed quality assurance teams to assess the coverage and impact of e-learning on learners across the country? And if so, could the chairperson table a report on the same? And last, Mr. Speaker, could the government consider postponing the national examinations scheduled for October, November 2020 to preferably next year on the grounds that learners will not have been adequately prepared to sit for the national exams this year? I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to repeat, I sincerely thank you because the session for requests of statement had expired. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair Education, the Honorable Meli. Oh, he's already finished. He's already finished his afternoon sitting. Or the Vice Chair. Very well, maybe through the leader majority, then, or the Honorable Meli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think when the statement was being sought, I wasn't in, but I'll ask the CS to respond to it so that I bring back it on Wednesday next week. Thank you.
Indeed, when you have a meeting with him, you said next Tuesday.
Yes.
You would address that issue of also virtual or e-learning.
Thank you. I'll do so, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Member for Mathare.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was rising on a totally different issue, Honorable Speaker. First of all, allow me to thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the House leadership and all the people who've been working round the clock to ensure that, in spite of very difficult circumstances, the House is able to operate and to transact business and to ensure that you are able to carry out our mandate under Article 94 and 95. Mr. Speaker, the request that I wish to make to you is a request for a ruling, which I have captured in a letter, and it's in relation of the extent to which members may be able to carry out their legislative mandate that is contemplated under the Constitution and the standing orders. And here I am talking about the interaction and the delicate balance that needs to be struck between House business and the prioritization of government business and business that comes to the House and business that is generated by ordinary members. Mr. Speaker, nearly about 80% of the business that we engage in the House is government business. But Article 94 and 95 of the Constitution and the standing orders contemplate that the work of legislation is legislation that all members in their corporate and individual capacities are supposed to be able to participate in. As a practitioner myself in the legislative corridors trying to do this, I have come to find that there is need for this House to have or to be enriched by a ruling of the Speaker on how we interact with departmental committees in terms of the bills that, private member bills that we generate and take to them. To what extent do those end up being stalled or dying along the way after members of parliament spend so much time in terms of research? And to what extent does the House business and both committees enhance the legislative role and mandate of the members? And I'm saying this taking into account that under Article 1 of the Constitution, the people of Kenya have donated to us the power to legislate. The legislative power and authority belongs to the House corporately. Equally, that power that we are given, delegated to us by the people, we have donated it to our departmental committees, not so that they are an end in themselves, but so that they facilitate and enable the members to carry out their business. This includes House business, and this includes the departmental committees. Mr. Speaker, because of time, I have elaborated this in a request that I have put to you, and with your kind permission, would like to ask if the House can benefit from a ruling in this regard. I thank you.
Well, of course, the work of the House Business Committee is here is not to stifle in any way the legislative efforts by any member. But if, as you desire, the House brings a ruling, which, strictly speaking, is very good to restate what is in the standing orders and what is in the Constitution. It's unlikely to, because obviously, as a house, we must have a mechanism by which we process business, even legislative initiatives by individual members. Notwithstanding that the legislative authority, as you rightly pointed out, at the national level vests in Parliament. But I will address the matter in a more detailed form. Next order. Oh, sorry, Honorable Sabina, you have something also? A statement? He's also doing another one. Let's first of all get the leader majority to. Oh, you are ready with your statement? Very well, but please make it brief.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I have a statement on various issues related to COVID-19 pandemic from the Committee of Health. Honorable Speaker, the House is aware that on 28 February, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta issued an executive order establishing the National Emergency Response Committee to coordinate the country's preparedness and response to coronavirus. Honorable Speaker, on March 15th, travel restrictions were also issued in some of the areas that are hard hit by the COVID. Honorable Speaker, as at per Tuesday, that is yesterday, 28th, we had a total of 374 persons who had been confirmed having contracted COVID-19. And so far, 124 persons have fully recovered, and the country has unfortunately lost 14 persons, and we send condolences to the families of the deceased. However, it is encouraging, Honorable Speaker, to note that no fatalities have been reported in the last 2 weeks. And the 374 persons confirmed are of ages between 2 years and 89 years, and the majority, 234, are between the ages of 25 to 50 years. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this then it actually now kills the myth that this virus only affects the aged. Honorable Speaker, on this report, I will not go through the number of cases per county, but as I table, members are free to have a look at it. We want to thank the government through the Ministry of Health for moving fast in instituting the necessary protocols to guide the fight against this pandemic, guided by various legislation approved by this House. In a special way, I want to sincerely appreciate our warriors, the frontline medics, working tirelessly and in difficult circumstances to save life during this pandemic. Honorable Speaker, as opposed to media reports of having received 40 billion to fight against COVID-19 pandemic, the Ministry of Health has received only 300 million shillings, which has been shared amongst the government institutions as follows. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs was given 10 million to facilitate Kenyan students in Wuhan, China. The Ministry of Defense received 75 million for defense team preparedness and readiness to response. National Youth Service, 10 million to provide security at the isolation and quarantine facilities, in addition to provide buses and personnel. Kenyatta National Hospital, 150 million to provide additional bed capacity at Bagathi Hospital Isolation Center. State Department of Broadcasting and Telecommunication, 5 million to facilitate community outreaches and media tours across regions. State Department of Public Works, 1.5 million to facilitate completion of construction works, fencing and provision of access roads to isolation centers at Bagathi Hospital. And Ministry of Health got 48,500,000 for providing the medical response and logistics at the isolation center and quarantine centers. Additional Ministry of Health, under the supplementary budget 2, has been allocated an estimated 5.42 billion to fight the pandemic. However, it is yet to receive any of these funds because we just allocated them. It is good to let this House know how this 5.42 billion has been planned by the government of Kenya. Amount of 1 billion is earmarked for increasing healthcare workers to be utilized by June 2020. And I'll also be tabling a report on how many healthcare workers per county that the government is planning in conjunction with the county governments. The World Bank money has been the 1 billion, and this is USD 10 million for negotiated under the Transforming Health System for Universal Health Coverage project that has been earmarked for emergency response, including procurement of PPEs, medicine, setting up of isolation facilities and operation centers. 2.34 billion, a further of USD 50 million has been negotiated to support the COVID response. Already, 2.66 is being processed to be accessed in the IFMIS. Additional 2.3B will be confirmed upon finalization of supplementary budget number 2 for year 2019-2020. The Global Fund also has given 493,154,000, which approval is to allocate Global Fund to COVID-19 response has been granted within Global Fund regulations, and finalizing preparation of budget for approval by Global Fund for 960 tests to be done. That is 960,000 tests. Gavi have given 165,900. The authority to reallocate these funds have been issued by Gavi, and these funds will be channeled towards addressing gap areas within Gavi regulations. The budget is ongoing. COVID-19 Fund Board has not given any amount to the government, and there was a request to fund PPEs, laboratory testing, and communication. So that is a total of 5.426 money that is yet to be received for fight against the COVID. Honorable Speaker, human resource, yes, billion. Human resource for health is the most critical resource in Kenya, response to the threat posed by COVID-19 pandemic as witnessed in other countries struggling with this pandemic. To this end, the Ministry of Health is working with both public, national and county, as well as private health sector service providers to map out health workers of different cadres that are available to offer services in context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, the government of Kenya has provided the following funds towards recruitment of medical staff. For Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral and Research Hospital, there will be addition of 568 staff members. For Bagathi COVID-19 Center, 288. For Moi Teaching Referral Hospital, 94. For human resource for the some counties and also the list is attached, 1,059 members of staff, and human resource for national level, 60 of them. The total amount that is going to be spent on this is 936,742,782 on these salaries. Honorable Speaker and members, regarding isolation centers, the Minister of Health has set up functional units in Kenyatta National Hospital, Bagathi Hospital, and Kenyatta University Hospital, which has now been dedicated, this is Kenyatta University Hospital, to be the hospital to handle the COVID-19 caseload in the country. That means the hospital will not do any other operation. Kenyatta University Hospital, which has a bed capacity of 600, had only operationalized 300 beds only. And through the supplementary estimate 2 before the House, the committee proposed some additional 500 million towards facilitating Kenyatta University Hospital to fully operationalize the remainder 300 bed capacity in order to allow it to deal with the surge in COVID-19 numbers. However, in case of a surge in confirmed cases, the government has set up other cumulative isolation capacity in the country of 1,883 beds. The projected need for isolation beds is at 3,116, 2,280 county isolation beds, and 836 national isolation beds. Honorable Speaker and members, in order to standardize the isolation centers across the counties, the Ministry of Health has developed guidelines for isolation centers, which has been shared with all the counties. The guidelines provide that each county sets aside 2 isolation facilities with standardized equipment and human resources requirements. Further, a standardized layout of the isolation facilities with similar infection prevention control provisions have been developed by reference by the counties. Further, the guidelines provides for capacity building of competent teams to work in these isolation facilities and rationalization of the available critical care facilities such as ICU, ventilators to ensure equitable access to across the country. Counties have identified other small health facilities to be used in the case of numbers becoming overwhelming. Honorable Speaker and members, it is important to note that about 80% of confirmed COVID-19 patients are asymptomatic and should not congest health facilities where critical care is availed for those in need. As such, selected boarding school, colleges, and stadia with appropriate infrastructure has been identified for admission of positive asymptomatic patients, aimed at protecting the community and health workers offering critical care. And just to clear what is asymptomatic patient, majority of the positive cases in Kenya, Mr. Speaker, do not show any signs of COVID. So you find somebody who is normal, they have no high temperatures, they are not coughing, and they look normal, but they have the virus and they are positive. These are the most dangerous ones, Mr. Speaker, because they go on with normal businesses as usual, even themselves not knowing that they have the virus, and they can spread it, and especially if they interact with the people with low immunity. If they interact with people with low immunity, Mr. Speaker, they will spread this virus. Hence, need for them to be isolated, though they don't need to be actually in a medical facility because they are actually not sick or they don't show any sign of being sick. Regarding the procurement of test kits, lab reagents, and other personal protective equipment for frontline workers, as expected, the global supply chain had ceased to function in its usual form with the spread of COVID within the globe. Producing countries of PPEs, equipment, medicines, and medical devices have restricted exports. As a result, the government of Kenya engaged multilateral agencies and bilateral relations on the procurement of commodities. Government expenditure has now also focused on available resources, from with priority being given a procurement of emergency consumables to facilitate protection of health workers, sample collection and test for COVID-19. Emergency procurement valued at 849 to 681 were initiated through KEMSA, with a focus on essential commodities and services in addition to government engagement. And there is an attachment statement in the distribution list to the county governments by KEMSA. The government has also engaged following local farms to produce face masks and make affordable to the common mwananchi, whose list is also attached. The President issued a 3-month moratorium for the counties to source critical medical commodities and equipment outside the KEMSA procurement framework. Honorable members, this will allow counties source for these items in a faster way in the market. Honorable Speaker and members, regarding the equipment and ICU bed capacities, evidence indicate that access to ICU services is the most critical factor in determining survival amongst COVID-19 patients, the one with severe illness. The Ministry of Health has taken stock of ICU capacity countrywide and is rationalizing to ensure equitable distribution across the counties. The current ICU bed capacity for general patients in Kenya is at 518 in 79 health facilities, that 1 public and 48 private facilities. Additionally, there are 297 functional ventilators, comprised of 90 functional ventilators in public facility and 154 in private facilities in the country. Each site has a total of 10 ventilators with 6 ICU beds. These are the sites for isolation, as a total of 10 ventilators and 6 ICU beds. Honorable members, the government of Kenya will receive donation of 105 ventilators from friendly nations, organizations, and individuals. Further, the Ministry of Health has procured 30 ventilators, of which 8 has already been delivered. The received ventilators will be distributed to the counties based on the identified gaps. Additionally, World Bank has already procured 200 ventilators for the Ministry of Health through their procurement procedure as a contingency measure to curb the global shortage. So this one is done directly by World Bank and not by the government. Honorable members, as you're aware, the government has also received several donations from Jack Ma Foundation, based in China, to address the demand of COVID-19 pandemic. And for this, we wish to send our gratitude to Jack Ma Foundation for this noble gesture. Honorable Speaker and members, regarding testing and rollout of mass testing, the country has established 10 functional testing laboratories across the country, which shall have a testing capacity of 37,000 testings per day, including the National Influenza Center, Kemri Influenza Lab, Kemri Kilifi, Kemri Busia, Kemri Kisumu, Kenyatta National Hospital, HIV Lab at National Public Health Lab, Kemri HIV Lab, Aga Khan University Hospital, Lancet Laboratories, and Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, which started testing on Monday, the 20th April 2020. Honorable Speaker and members, in addition to the above-mentioned test centers, each county has a gene expert equipment capable of at least testing 20 tests per day for each machine. Some counties have 3 gene experts, others have 4, depending on the number of county and sub-county hospitals. The gene expert cartridges have been procured. When necessary, counties will be able to conduct at least 3,000 tests each day without relying on reference laboratories. 56 out of 187 facilities with gene expert machines are already identified for onboarding as testing sites once the cartridges are available. These honorable members will bring the testing capacity in the country to 37,000 daily. Honorable members, the proposed approach to target testing, phase 1, 50,000 tests will be as follows. The suspected cases, countrywide 1,400, contacts of confirmed cases 3,000, frontline health workers 3,000, quarantine facilities and hotel 5,000, port health and truck drivers 14,000, 5 counties with confirmed local transmission targeting supermarkets workers, PSV workers, market vendors, and people who come to interact with a high number of persons per day. Nairobi, there are 10,000, 5,000 in Nairobi, 2,000 in Mombasa, Mandera 1,000, Kilifi 1,000, and Kwale 1,000. And then we have investigating geographical hotspot at 5,000, Sari and Erie health facilities at 2,000. Honorable Speaker, in terms of HR capacity, the Ministry of Health is facing the challenge of inadequate numbers, particularly laboratory technologists who are trained to handle the COVID-19 tests. However, it has been noted that the test kits machines are easy to use, and clinical officers and nurses can be utilized to assist in sample collection so that the limited laboratory technologists run the test. Regarding KEMRI capability to do testing and develop much-needed vaccine, the committee wished to bring to the attention of this House the majority of staff deployed in KEMRI labs are not Government of Kenya employees, and mostly are volunteers, which we have 41 of them, while the rest are project employees. Therefore, there is need for the government to review the staff establishment in KEMRI in a view of hiring more staff for the institution, and we, as a committee, will be having a meeting this week or next week, early next week with KEMRI. Further, Ministry of Health is facing serious challenge of an acute shortage of laboratory reagents, testing kits, including PCR kits, which is actually a worldwide problem. And therefore, the ministry has started process of procuring reagents for automated machines, that is Roche, Abbott, and Gene Experts, to be able to do 432,000 tests. However, 130 kits to do 26,000 tests, automated reagents from USA Roche reagents arrived the day before yesterday. Honorable Speaker, finally, regarding the cost of treatment of COVID-19 and cost quarantine has been a cause of alarm to the committee as well as the members of the public. The ministry has put in place a system which will help with psychosocial team to access the ability to pay by the COVID-19 patients with a view to waive the bills on case-by-case basis. However, funds are required to reimburse the facilities that are so that they can be able to sustain themselves. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, what's your point of order?
Speaker, I really want to thank the chair. In my theoretical opinion, she has done a very good presentation. But I doubt, and I need that document, the Speaker, where those things really exist, that even every county has a capacity to test. Speaker, I mean, let us be very honest. Let us be very, very honest. All that Honorable Sabina Chege has said, and I'm fasting, I don't think that is existing. And I think the House, and I'll check, because you have said every county has a machine that can test. I can confirm those counties don't have. There's a serious testing issue here. What we hear, you saw the other day, Kenyans, their bill were about not to be paid. So, Mr. Speaker, because I think we don't have time, we need this document Honorable Sabina has read, and we need, in fact, next time when we have time, we need to, this is the oversight role of Parliament. Honorable Sabina has talked about the usage of 5-point-something billion. We need to be told how that money, whether it is from donors, whether it's from government, how it has been used. If you go to counties, there's nothing going on. Nobody is testing. The numbers in Mombasa are rising. The numbers in Kilifi are, everywhere in the country. And Honorable Sabina was saying, Mr. Speaker, that there are a number of testing going on. So I think this statement needs to be interrogated. Whatever we come to bring to the House must be factual and real. If what Honorable Sabina Chege is true, then by now we should have been part of the countries that are opening their countries. But the way things are going, we only hear numbers. These are the numbers, the 11. In fact, the only thing I can tell you, we hear every day, is we wait for the press conference. Unless something will change after we now pass the appropriation bill. But I think this statement is good, in my opinion. It's a good statement on the face of it. But we need to get one by one in that, Mr. Speaker. And I think maybe you can give direction that every member is given a copy, those of us who want. Because now between this today until next Wednesday, we have enough time. Some of us, we don't stay late at night. So during the day, when we are fasting, I want to interrogate myself and read. If it is this, I can talk to my county and ask, is this thing there? So that the next week, everything that is done in this house must be based on facts. So next week I can say, the following things to have been done are not there.
Honorable John Bandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the Chair Health Committee for that statement. I think this morning, Mr. Speaker, I raised the issue of accountability, which is very important and key, and that is a very significant responsibility of this House. And I'm happy that the committee is trying to address this. But, Mr. Speaker, my concern is, currently, there is no problem in this country bigger than this issue, and in the whole world, of COVID-19. It is my request, Mr. Speaker, that we can make it a tradition going forward. It is unfortunate that we may adjourn soon, that every week we get even 30 minutes and have the chair to address single particular area so that these members can interrogate these issues properly. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to the chair, and I'm sure you did, she is talking of capacity to test 37,000 Kenyans per day. The same thing we have been hearing from the cabinet secretary. And when you see the figures that he reads every day, we test 500, 600. There is a total disconnect between what we are being told that we are capable of doing and what is actually happening. Most of us are not professionals in health matters, but we want to know what is this that we are able to test 37,000 and we are only capable of testing 500. On the issue of accountability, Mr. Speaker, it is not the mistake of Kenyans to speculate about the 40 billion. It is the communication from the ministry. If the ministry comes out and speaks something that can be interpreted that the government has spent 40 billion, if Kenyans tomorrow or start immediately tweeting and putting figures in social media, they are not to blame. So now, much as we have praised the ministry for doing an excellent job in trying to help in the fight against this virus, and actually, honorable members, we must agree that the health ministry has tried under the circumstances. But then now they need to step it up and start communicating properly other matters that are of concern to the people. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to confine myself to the statement so that I don't digress to Duale's motion, which is coming shortly thereafter, and just ask that, if possible, Mr. Speaker, we allow every sitting day some time, and we would ask the chair to focus on a particular area of concern to members and address it. Then the next time we address something else. If today we talk about testing and the fight, the following sitting we can talk about the expenditure. Another time we can address the issues of preparedness of counties. Because again, Mr. Speaker, I think God loves us. I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, if this COVID leaves Nairobi and probably Mombasa properly and land on some of our counties, like in my county, I really am not sure whether, Mr. Speaker, my people would survive. So this is something that we should not take lightly because it may just be a matter of time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just a minute. You have all placed requests, interventions. So let me just follow the list as it is. At some point, I will determine when it is that we should stop. But I would just request the Honorable Sabina Chege and some of your ranking members of your committee, like the Honorable Nyikal, please take note of what members are saying so that, next week, I want to agree with what the Honorable John Bandi has said. This matter is serious. It's the reason why we are sitting the way we are. So we must have something every day. We must get the committee reporting to the House and also being available to respond to the various concerns that members will raise. So the Honorable Sabina Chege, please take note of what is going to be said. Please don't take more than 2 minutes. Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, I heard the Honorable Member, Sabina, when she started by stating that the President had actually formed the special committee. And it is this very House that actually gave life to that committee. However, Mr. Speaker, through various other media sources, the committee has been indicating that they are going to be audited by Deloitte & Touch, which is not as per the rules and regulations governing any particular institute or organization that is being given money by public coffers. So I just want us to be very, very clear on that. And then probably to add, because I know I have amendments on Honorable Duale's motion that is coming up, Mr. Speaker, but I want to confirm that Mombasa is one of those counties that mass testing is starting from tomorrow and is actually being conducted in Mvita constituency. And Mr. Speaker, sir, bearing in mind what it is that we're going to be discussing next regarding quarantine and other matters, it would be vital for us to be able to move forward. And I want to confirm that this is actually being done by the county government of Mombasa. Thank you.
For Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I must commend the Chair, Departmental Committee of Health, and the Minister of Health for the splendid job they are doing to manage the national anxiety resulting from COVID or corona pandemic. Honorable Speaker, she has given a very flowing statement, which in many cases would hardly even, we call it probably just a theoretical framework, but the reality on the ground is completely different. I speak for Busia County, and I can tell her categorically, as of today morning, any test relating to corona is being conducted in Kisumu, Kemri. The so-called Kemri in Busia is just an empty shell, probably not even worthy the name. We have a medical system that cannot even test malaria. So I wonder why they would mislead the committee that have the ability to test. Honorable Speaker, most of the selected isolation centers in Busia are schools, again, in very bad and deplorable state. I really wonder how well prepared as a country and counties are in respect of managing the pandemic. As I conclude in respect of this matter, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of forced quarantine. I can assure you, Honorable Speaker, and the Chair, that we are going to stigmatize, and the purpose of mass testing is going to be defeated, because all people who would go for mass testing are going to hide and decline to be tested on the ground that the consequences that follows, the so-called international protocol, has stigmatized the process. To an extent, you are plucked from your family, you are taken in very deplorable conditions, your remaining family members are stigmatized. So the first thing that you need to do, and I request you to pass over to the minister or the CS, that he needs to start
Member Vosaku. I told you 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Chege for her statement. But as honorable members have said, I come from the county of Marsabit. Actually, not a single mask has arrived in Marsabit, and that is the reality.
Mask?
Mask. Mr. Speaker, this problem, this pandemic is international. And apparently, it is as if that this is every country are on their own. Every country are on their own. English is not my first language. Honorable Speaker, on ventilators, I think when one looks at, one watches at the international media, they are saying that countries like Senegal are actually coming up with ventilators as cheap as 6,000 shillings, as opposed to what Americans are producing at 16,000 pounds. So we also need to look at far and wide for this pandemic to actually be managed in our country. Finally, Honorable Speaker, it is about personnel. Unless we quickly move and employ as many health personnel as possible, I think the issue of prevention might be actually our solution as a country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Wajir North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've just returned from the constituency today, and I can confirm to you that the only corona intervention that is ongoing is curfew during night hours and cessation of movement by police officers. Indeed, I can assure you that there is no even awareness ongoing by the county government, despite the fact that this is a devolved function. And if at all there is any corona, prevention material available, is one donated by the area of member of parliament, probably with that sign of courtesy of honorable so and so. So I can assure you that some of this message we are getting is only in form of writing, and it is the right time that this house, works up to the reality that we do not want very long lectures. We want action. And my fear is that in the event, God forbid, probably the county government of Mombasa happens to be one of the best counties that is doing very well in regards to this corona intervention. But God forbid, some of these counties in northern Kenya, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that we will have sleepless nights. We will have high mortality level in the event that this coronavirus goes on. Speaker, my request is that if the national government will wish to support constituencies now, we must increase the level of awareness in regards to this corona. As we are speaking, even the social distancing we are talking about, many at the constituency level are not aware. They are even wondering why this curfew is conducted during night hours.
Member for Kimilili, night shift.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the chair of the information she has provided, but I want just to urge this House that we have a responsibility to give Kenyans accurate information. We cannot accept as a House to be misinformed by other government entities, Honorable Speaker, and that we have a responsibility to validate, to interrogate, to investigate every information that we get from the CS Health, Honorable Speaker, before we process it and say and tell Kenya's Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, in my own county in Bungoma, the only intervention so far that we have seen is buying a jerrycan, a 20-liter jerrycan with the 10,000 shillings, Honorable Speaker, and taking temperatures of the people. So I will want the committee to be able to validate every information that are getting from government and give Kenyans accurate information. This is not the time to continue in the kind of relationship with the executive that we can get their statements, bring them in this house, and read out to Kenyans. We have a responsibility to go further and verify that the information, the data, the figures that we are getting, that they are giving to this House, Honorable Speaker, is accurate. Otherwise, we have every right to ask them to go back and reevaluate the figures they are giving to this House so that we can be able to give Kenyans accurate information, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Member for Nyeri Town.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand to raise a even much more fundamental issue. Mr. Speaker, members are here every session. They ask for statements. The chairman of the various committees commit to get those statements for us. They come and they read them for us. Mr. Speaker, I would be very concerned if it became clear that the statements we are given in this House are not based on fact. Because I would assume that what we are told is the reality that is on the ground. If it is proven that we are getting statements that are not factual, Mr. Speaker, then as a House, we need to censure anyone who has been giving us statements that are not based on fact. Because those statements we get are what we then go and act or make decisions on. So, Mr. Speaker, should any statement that we have received from any ministry be found not to be factual, I think as a House, we need to take a decision and censure that. Otherwise, we are going to be working on information that is not factual, and we will not be able to do our work on oversight or legislation or representation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Rarienda.
Mr. Speaker, mine is slightly different. I will not speak to the substance because I'm aware there are two motions that will be coming by Honorable Duale, Honorable Munjiri, discussing the same matter. Yes. But Mr. Speaker, I noticed that the very good statement made by the chair, Honorable Sabina Chege, and the other chairs, they were all very good and all very lengthy. We've taken about 2 hours receiving them. And alive to the fact, Mr. Speaker, that at any one time, only 25% of members are physically present. I wanted to invite your consideration and with possible direction that such statements be published in advance. Members can access them so that when the very good chairs come here, they don't have to read the entire statement because it takes a long time. And then you can only entertain maybe some slight interventions because they take a very long time and we only meet once a week. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to invite your consideration, quite alive to the business that we still have. It is true that COVID is the single most important issue right now. Last week, we did not get there. Today, there's the motion by the leader of majority on the same issue on which there'll be a motion by the member for Nyeri Town. I wanted to invite your consideration of the possibility of merging these considerations so that as many members can speak as possible, but speak in a consolidated manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, then, I'm not dealing with the issue of gender now. It's not about gender. We'll proceed. It is a material that you want to raise a point of order. I direct. We move to the next order. Leader majority. Go back to order number. Honorable Amalwa, you can't, from there you can't be calling Honorable Sabina this way. That is out of order. You can't tell me the reasons for it. It's actually bad manners to be shouting across the aisle to the other member. Once a statement has been read, and I quite agree with the Honorable Otiende Amolo, I want to encourage chairs of committees, please make sure that you have copies. You get as many copies as possible of the statements that you are going to present to the House. That which has been laid is you are at liberty to access it from the table office. That's the way it is. Leader majority, go to order number 5.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, April 29, 2020, and I want to thank the judiciary for complying with the law in submitting their budget estimates. So I lay, Mr. Speaker, a submission of the Judicial Service Commission budget estimates for the financial year 2020-2021 and related documents, and these are the subsector report, the program-based budget for the medium-term expenditure framework period for 2010 to 2021, the recurrent budget estimates for medium-term expenditure framework for the period 2020 to 2021, 2022 to 2023, and B, submission of the judiciary budget estimates for the financial year 2020-2021 and their related documents. Two, Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank the National Treasury for complying with the law that they must submit before by 30th of April the following documents, and I beg to lay the following papers on their behalf on the table of the House today, Wednesday, April 29, 2020, in the afternoon sitting. The program-based budget of the national government for the year ending 30th June 2021. Two, the estimates of development expenditure for the national government for the financial year ending 30th June 2021. Three, the estimates of recurrent expenditure for the national government for the year ending 30th June 2021. And four, the list of projects of the national government for the ending 30th June 2021. Mr. Speaker, just before I sit, with your permission, I'll request you allow me to ask all our members to stand and at least clap for our members who are in the front line. You know, you can see members sitting here who are coming to clean, who are making sure the chamber is clean. Can we all stand up, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, and clap for our, from the clerk to everybody for our job? Wonderful done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. On the same note, while appreciating that Kenya is a multi-religious country, I think as a House we will need to send our warm greetings and best wishes to our Muslim brothers and sisters during this holy month of Ramadan. Tell them Ramadan Kareem. Thank you very much. Next order.
Order number 8, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2020, second reading.
Leader Majority.
Mr. Speaker, based on the time, and also because I'm not intending to extend the sitting this afternoon, because I'm fasting too, I'll ask you that this, the Public Finance Management Amendment second reading is not that urgent. I can do it next week on Wednesday, so that we can go straight to the Committee of the Whole House, because the Supplementary Appropriation Bill and the Small Claims Bill are very, very important, and it's actually the President wants, if our House agrees, to sign them into law plus the warrant, so that the Minister for Finance can have an opportunity to draw money latest by Monday from the Consolidated Fund.
Very well. Then we take out the business appearing as order number 8, which is the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2020, which, if those of you who have looked at it, indeed, it's a small bill. I'm sure you can clear it even on a morning sitting on Wednesday next week. which that in effect also takes out the business appearing as Roman 3 on order number 9, because it was supposed to be consideration of the same bill in committee of the whole House if it was concluded. So therefore, Roman 3 is taken out of the order paper as well. Next order.
Order number 9, Committee of the Whole House.
Other members, we are now doing the Committee of the Whole House on the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2020, the National Assembly of the National Assembly Bill. Call out from there, like what? Okay, honorable members, we are now ready. Okay, we can start. I propose a question which is at clause 3 be part of the bill. I put the question which is at clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Any as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I propose the question which is at clause 4 be part of the bill. I put the question which is at clause 4 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Any as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Schedules. First schedule.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, beg to move that the first schedule be amended. A in vote 10. Honorable Speaker, maybe you allow me to just say as spelled out in the order paper, and just to explain that the first on vote 1011 on the presidency is a reduction of 150 million shillings, 140 million shillings from the Office of the Deputy President Services under the presidency. That is just for the rationalization of their budget. Vote 1092, State Department for Infrastructure, for Transport. This is a realignment of the figure that was under rail transport of 1.6 billion, and that's under B. And vote 1122 on the State Department for Information, Communication and Technology. Honorable Speaker, the order paper has 2 amendments. I beg that we delete one, is a duplication of the 2 amendments. So the amendment relates to a figure of 34 million, not billion, 34 million shillings that is being deleted and substituted with a figure of 4 million shillings. That relates to some 30 million shillings that had been reallocated by the departmental committee, Honorable Speaker, on a pending bill for purchase of furniture in their head office at the ministry headquarters that the committee had reallocated, but the money has already been spent, so that is being reversed.
You have to be a little clear. Which one did you say you are proposing to?
On C, Honorable Speaker, there is 1 and 2. So, as you realize, Honorable Speaker, is a repetition of the same thing.
Okay.
So it's just deletion of one of them, and I was explaining the rationale of that amendment. D on 1123, on the State Department of Broadcasting, as spelled out on the order paper. That again, Honorable Speaker, is in relation to realignments in the ICT vote on vote 1123, which is a deletion of 785, 672, 238 under the Program of Information and Communication Services, Program 020800, and substituting thereof with a figure of 649, 672, 328, Honorable Speaker. E is on vote 1281, National Security Intelligence, deleting the figure of 3.5 billion Kenyan shillings appearing under Program 0800400, National Security Intelligence in respect of the current estimates, and substituting thereof with a figure of 4 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, that is an increment of 500 million shillings towards COVID expenses on the multi-agency command center on security and tracing of contacts-related issues on COVID, additional expenditure to the National Intelligence Service. F, Honorable Speaker, in respect of vote 1168, the State Department for Agriculture. This is, Honorable Speaker, by inserting figure of Kenya shillings 2,499,600 under program 001200000. This, Honorable Speaker, this is 1281.
I thought you would be stopping somewhere around vote 1281.
Yes. Have I moved on? No,
Yeah.
I'm moving to that as the last one, Honorable Speaker.
Just a minute. What is it, Honorable? Now I'm using voice recognition. That must be Honorable Gikaria.
1281 was what? 1168.
Honorable Gikaria. What's your point of order? I'm struggling to give you a microphone, Honorable Gikaria. You probably need to come to this one. But in the meantime, as he does, Honorable Chair, you need to indicate whether the vote 1281 is a repetition, because I can see it coming twice. There is a probability there is a repetition there. So once you go through this national intelligence, actually I don't need to ask you.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I was coming to that. Is also a repetition of the one on E.
Okay, let's
actually,
hear what Honorable
if you look at it, it's word for word the same thing. It's just a similar mistake on the order paper, just like in C.
Okay, Honorable Gikaria, what is it?
Honorable Chair, I want to admit I'm a little bit lost. Honorable Chair, I'm trying to follow what Chair Budget and Appropriation is trying to. I don't know whether it is on our.
Okay.
I'm a little bit lost because I really.
It's a honest confession. Honorable Chair, Budget, find Honorable Gikaria somehow.
Honorable Speaker, the member for Nakuru Town East, if he's lost, Honorable Speaker, we will find him when we get to the State Department for Energy. I know where to find him.
Actually, what Honorable Gikaria is probably saying is that he's not following you, what you have been indicating. Of course, you are doing the first schedule, isn't it?
Yes.
So, Honorable Gikaria, we are on the
so
first
we come
schedule.
to the second schedule where the issues he may want to follow. Maybe on the order paper, Honorable Speaker, yes, on the second schedule, State Department for...
Vote 1152. Yes, vote 1152 is the place I think you want to...
Yes, 1152 is where Honorable Gikaria will be found, Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
Therefore, Honorable Speaker,
well,
that's on page 274.
We will see how it goes. If it is not clear, we will still give you an opportunity. So, are you through with it, Honorable Chair,
Yes, Honorable Chair, I'm through with the amendments in relation to the first schedule.
Okay. So I propose the question, allow me to propose a question first, Honorable Nyikal. So I propose a question which is that the first schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. First schedule to Honorable Nyikal.
Chair, Anna say 1281. There is actually an increase, and what the chair said, the chair budget said, is that this money is going to COVID and is related to contact tracing. Now, one would have thought that that would probably come under health. So we may need to know a little more. I think I'm where Honorable Gikari was, but at least I know where the figures are. What exactly is that money going to do? It is $500 million. Even the one of agriculture, it wasn't quite clear exactly what the changes are. I think only in the first one where he said that money is already spent, and therefore we accepted that. So under E, let's get clearly what is actually being done with that money.
Okay. Yes, I see you, but I don't recognize you. I know, oh, that must be Oudo. Well, it's nobody's mistake. So let's hear Honorable Oudo. I could give 4 members on this because then we finished it. We are finished already.
Honorable Chair, I want to concur with the Honorable Nyikal, Dr. Nyikal. The fear most of us have currently is that the fight against corona or COVID-19 is being militarized. It's turning into a police state, and indeed it needs to come out very clear. I thought contact tracing should be the reserve of the public health because they can tell and conduct tests on the spot to see whether it is worthy quarantining or the rest. Probably needs to come very clear so that it puts issues to rest. Thank you.
And then I will go to that member there after you. Well, as we prepare to have you work, let's see if you, I'm trying to see you.
Thank you, Chair. I have the mic. And
let him have, you'll get it now.
I agree with all the members who have said COVID-19 is a public case. It's a public health case, yes. It's not a police case. If it is for contact tracing, it should fall under health and not where it is right now.
And who are you anyway, for purposes of record? Who are you? Oh, that's Honorable Wino.
What chief?
Yeah? You see, Ward Chief and others. I'm having a problem giving you the mic. You might have to use this one. It is a bit of a complication here, but 108, let me see.
Thank you. Speaker, I think I want to support this allocation. And I'm supporting because I strongly believe that there is some increase of activities for this department as well. Indeed, there should be a lot to do with information gathering on where there is influx of corona. You know, in regards to this cessation of movement, there is a lot that is happening. So definitely there will be increase in personnel, increase in cost, increase in movement, increase in logistics. So I definitely support this. Thank you.
Okay, maybe lastly, the Honorable Gracious Lady with a windshield. Yes, that one with a windscreen. That must be the member for, is it Ijara? Yes.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this. And Chair, at this challenging time, it is a responsibility which is a very collective responsibility. With that, I want to support this particular line item, because I know when we are doing, when you are tracing for the people, And only health personnel cannot go out there. We need the chief, we need the elders, we need the security personnel, we need the chiefs, we need the police. So it is important that when we are working out on issues pertaining to COVID-19, it is a collective responsibility for this nation, and everybody has a responsibility in one way or the other, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much. I'm supporting.
Okay, then let's get your decision. So I put the question, which is that the first schedule be amended as proposed by the Chair Budget Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the question, which is that the first schedule as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
I propose the question, which is that the second schedule be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I propose that the second schedule be amended as proposed on the order paper. Honorable Speaker, the first amendment on vote 1021.
What is it, Leader of Majority Party?
Chair, I really want, before this Chair of Budget and, not this Chair, the Chair of Budget and Appropriation moves an amendment in line with the procedures of the House. He can only move amendments from the National Treasury. And for that to happen, he must confirm to us and give you a copy of the letter from the National Treasury that these amendments belongs to government. So can he, before he moves, can he confirm to the House that that document is been sent to the clerk and he is in order? Otherwise, this House passed the budget, supplementary budget report. So the only way we can alter is if it comes from the Budget Committee through a letter from the, so that, you know, we are very clear that the chair has no leeway. Anything he's moving must be within the procedure of the House. So can he first confirm? Sorry, I was away the first time he was moving. I had to go and pray. I watched him moving and not tabling anything. So can he first confirm that he has a letter from the National Treasury?
So let us hear from the Alliance alumni. What do you have to say? Or his colleague, the Kabarak alumni?
Honorable Speaker, I can confirm, and indeed the Leader of Majority is perfectly in order, and I can confirm that indeed the amendments that I was even moving to now, the first one, is contained in a letter reference number ES1/07/02B into brackets 36, dated 24th April 2020, signed by the Cabinet Secretary Ukuri Atani. And in relation to this 200 million is rationalization of the additional budgetary provisions of 200 million shillings granted to the State Department for Interior. That is 200 million shillings that had been granted to the DCI offices, DCI as a reallocation from the Departmental Committee on National Security. However, under the famous 40 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker, there was an additional 200 million shillings that had also been provided for policing services, and therefore there is no need to double allocate to 400 million shillings. Also in relation to the multi-agency, it is called the multi-agency command center, Honorable Speaker, the 500 million shillings that members were raising issues on, going to NSIS. A lot of the work in relation to COVID, Honorable Speaker, especially in contact tracing, and I'm sure the Chair Health can confirm this, doctors, nurses, and clinicians don't have the capacity to contact, is it trace contact or contact trace? Trace contacts. But the National Intelligence Service has that capability, working together with telcos, and they're able to do that.
You know, I understand being an Alliance alumni, you really like splitting it. You know there is no difference between contact trace and tracing contacts. It's the same thing.
You know,
so whatever it is.
Honorable Speaker, there might be a difference. For those of you and my Vice Chair who attended to a school named after somebody, Kabarak, Moi High School, Kabarak, there might be a difference in how you arrange words. But for those of us who went to Alliance, of course.
Are you talking to the chair or you are talking to your vice chair? Because the consequences are different, but proceed anyway.
Chair, it only happens that my vice chair attended the same school with the chair. But in this relation, I'm speaking to my vice chair, not the chair, for obvious reasons. Honorable Speaker, so vote 1021, I've explained, is a 200 million shillings reduction. On vote 1065, State Department for University Education, we are deleting 2,498,256,737 appearing under program 05004000 University Education in respect of development estimates, and substituting with 2.265443,892. Honorable Speaker, again, that is from the National Treasury, as contained in the letter that I have mentioned, being realignment of development expenditure under the State Department for University Education. Honorable Speaker, vote 1081, Ministry of Health, under program 040500, Health Policy Standards and Regulations in respect of development estimates. This, Honorable Speaker, relates to additional resources that had been left out, donor funded, and the chair went at length, the chair health, to explain some of the donor funds that have come in. And as you will appreciate, Honorable Speaker, by the time the National Treasury tabled the supplementary estimates, some of these funds had not come in and they had not factored them into this budget, and therefore this came also as an additional amount of donor funds. In respect of D, in respect of vote 1092, State Department for Transport, this, Honorable Speaker, and Marine Transport in that program 02033,000 Rail Transport and Marine Transport 020400. Again, Honorable Speaker, those are just realignments within the State Department of Transport. Again, coming from the National Treasury. E, Honorable Speaker, in respect of vote 1152, State Department for Energy, and I'm sure the Chair Energy has now been found. Honorable Speaker, this is in relation to, again, reallocations that the departmental committee had done in relation to A&A expenditure from GDC, and the same, the consequential one under 2, the 186 under program 021200 power generation, and I'm sure the chair understands what that related to, because they had reallocated within the departmental committee monies that were appropriations in aid, and therefore not monies that were available for reallocation. So that is what is being corrected. Under F, Honorable Speaker, on in respect of vote 1166, this is a State Department for Fisheries, Aquaculture, and Blue Economy. This, Honorable Speaker, is counterpart funding, a figure of about 620 million again, which had been left out, counterpart funding, additional counterpart funding from GOK to supplement donor funding to this very important sector now of fisheries, aquaculture, and the blue economy. And Honorable Speaker, you will appreciate with COVID and the challenges that we have with COVID, the aquaculture and blue economy is will be one of the key drivers of our economy, because people can work in the lakes and in the ocean with social distancing with a small boat and fish, and be able to supplement our food production from fishing, Honorable Speaker. The next, Honorable Speaker, in respect of vote 1193, State Department for Petroleum, deleting Kenya shillings 1.310 200,000, appearing under program 021500, exploration and distribution of oil and gas in respect of development estimates, and substituting therefore with 1596 200,000. Again, Honorable Speaker, that is in relation, as the chair is aware, with the 286 million shillings that the committee had also reallocated. Honorable Speaker, in respect of vote 1122, State Department for Information, Communication, and Technology, in respect of vote program 0217000 e-government services. That is being deleted. The figure of Kenya shillings 2,332,852,895 in respect of the development estimates, and substituting thereof with the expression of 2,582,852,895. Again, in relation to the reallocations that had been done by the departmental committee, and I'm sure the chair might be somewhere here, that they had taken from A in A that had already, sorry, not A in A, this they had taken from money that had already been expended through Article 223, and therefore it was not possible to reallocate. That is it, Honorable Speaker, in relation to Schedule 2.
Very well. So I propose the question, which is that the second schedule be amended as proposed by Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, the chairperson, budget. Now, that particular member. Yes, you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, that must be Honorable Makali Mulu.
This is Makali Mulu of Kitui Central.
Yes.
Honorable Chair, I want to support these amendments, but make the following observations. Honorable Chair, when you look at the amendment relating to rural economy, last week in this House, we approved removal of that money from the supplementary budget. And then the money is now coming back again. And Honorable Chair, the explanation we are getting is that because this is counterpart funding of a donor-funded project. And Mr. Speaker, this is what I want to say, that in terms of the way they prepare the budget, I think Treasury needs to get a bit serious. Where they come last week and tell us remove, and then this week we are being told get the money back. It is a reflection of non-consultation with the departments. And it is important Treasury consults departments before they bring these figures to Parliament. I support Honorable Speaker.
Yeah. That particular member who wanted to speak. Is that Honorable Manzo? Okay, we can do this member and then Honorable Manzo. Really, I've been unfair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to support this amendment and say that donor-funded projects already are funded directly, although the Ministry or Treasury is already familiar with those ongoing projects, Chair. And when it comes to fighting COVID-19, almost every department, Chair, is involved in one way or another. So those arrangements support eventually the total war against COVID-19. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I see interest again on this particular one, and yet it doesn't look very...
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I just wanted to go into the footsteps of Honorable Makali, where he had said that the funds had been removed, especially on the touching on the blue economy. And coming from the Committee on Agriculture, Honorable Chair, this was our concern actually when it came to the supplementary. But the reversal and once now the Ministry is bringing it back, Honorable Chair, we feel it's appropriate and we want to support the Chair for Budget and Appropriation that, Honorable Chair, this will have a very big effect in terms of the food nutrition for the COVID patients in the situation as it is. Therefore, we support Honorable Chair.
On point. Vice Chair. Now, that member at the very end, and probably that will be it. I don't see anything on, or there's something on health.
Thank you, Chair. Mine, I am in both ICT and budget. I just wanted to seek clarification from the Chair budget on clause number H on the State Department for ICT, the increment for 200 million, what it relates to, because I think it must have been confused with an earlier reallocation. I think maybe there could be a mistake in the order paper. Okay. So that it just clarifies. Okay. Because the reallocation for 200 million was not under development, it was under to recurrent, to Media Council and KBC.
Okay.
But I'm seeing here it's like it's being reversed. So the chair maybe might need to confirm before we...
Chair, you should be looking at that. And the chair, health, what is it? I think your time, I don't think you are interested anymore. Okay, I'll give this chair, and then I'll give chair ICT, and then, but let's be brief. And then that very end, the rest we can speak to the next one. We are having a problem with your mic. You have been having it since morning. It's a problem. ICT can have the floor. I can't get your mic unless you come this way.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Actually, it's the same clarifications Honorable Nyamita was asking, Chair budget, because 1122 is increasing 200 million that had been reallocated as a recurrent to go to what the member for Wajir North said. People on the ground, they don't know anything about what is happening in the country. So we reallocated 200 million to KBC and Media Council for local TV and radio stations. So I don't know where the chairman budget is getting 200 million to take to for 1122, and we had removed it from the e-government to recurrent. So I ordered to find where he's getting that particular money, because it's going to negate what we've done under Schedule 1.
Are supporting Honorable Nyamita?
Yes.
Okay. I hope the chair is listening.
And we cleared that one yesterday with the budget committee.
Okay. Chair, help, please, have your floor.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is stand to support Chair. And I think it's good for members of this House to be keen, and especially on the allocation of money, what is being allocated, because a lot of things that are coming out, Chair, is that there's some money that has already been given by donors, but indicated like it's the money that's already been spent. So it's important that the members be keen and listen to the allocations. We are the ones who allocate the money in this House. Okay. And so as we make progress, it is important we note what we are allocating now, and especially on donor and on health. Thank you, Chair.
Now, Chair, budget, you can be responding to particularly that one of ICT.
Chair, let me first confirm to the chair and the member, Honorable Nyamita, who is a member of the ICT committee, that the 200 million that's related to an allocation of 150 to Media Council and 50 million to KBC, those ones are intact. This, if you take the difference of 2332, 852, and 2582, that's the 250 million shillings that had been reallocated, Chair, from the 650, which is not available. So it is only that, and not the 200.
Therefore, make your decision. So I put the question, which is that the second schedule be amended as proposed by Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the question, which is that the second schedule as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Proceed. Next. Okay. Proceed.
New clause 6.
What is your point of order, Honorable Kikaria? You see, what is your number of your 184?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe, Chair, because when we talk about budgets, and Chair, you'll agree with us that we are in very, very unusual times. the time that you're given for us as at the committee level to be able to do some things, it is not the usual way. So it has been a little bit unusual. And this is why I'm begging your indulgence, and maybe you can give me a way forward. Honorable Chair, there is one payment that I didn't hear the Chair budget mention, and that is money that was meant for Longalani Suswa. That is a transmission line from Longalani to Suswa. And the information that we had requested from the ministry came in very late, giving an explanation as to that figure and why we should be paying it. Honorable Chair, we want to believe, because I didn't hear it, and maybe you can give me...
Unfortunately, that is gone.
Yes, and that's why we were asking, Honorable Chair, sometimes when you say point of order, at least I have sat here
But just off the cuff, know that it will change anything. Do you have anything in that direction, Honorable Chair, budget, or we...
Because Honorable Chair, if I could explain...
Let's have the Chair budget respond to that.
Chair, I understand where the Chair Energy is lost at when the leader of majority stood on a point of order and said what is actually our procedures, that everything that we do in the appropriations bill must be as a result of the report that was tabled, debated, and adopted by the House. The issue that Honorable Gikaria is speaking about relates to Loyangalani Suswa line, an amount of 1.16 billion shillings, which the Energy Committee, in their own wisdom, last year advised that we do not approve until an audit report is tabled before the House. That was adopted through a resolution of this House, Honorable Speaker, and the same when the Chair Energy appeared before the committee during the processing of this supplementary budget, reiterated that is still the position of the Energy Committee. However, this morning, Honorable Chair Energy did approach me with letters from the Ministry of Energy that purport to be explaining the whole issue. And Honorable Chair, unfortunately, my hands are tied. I am unable to reverse the decision of the committee and the resolution of the House until and unless, because the other challenge, Honorable Speaker, that I'm confronted with, the documents that I got are just from the Ministry of Energy. The Budget Committee or even the Chair Budget Committee does not have any interaction with MPAs. They interact with the departmental committees. The departmental committee, when they interact with the Energy Ministry and they are satisfied that the audit has been done, they are okay with the payment. Honorable Speaker, since the annual estimates have just been tabled, there is a similar issue, Honorable Chair, relating to a payment also, I think, of $1,081 shillings under the Ministry of ICT. And we have, I think the most logical thing is to process these things, Honorable Speaker, with the annual estimates.
That
and
is clear.
have them approved.
So we go now to,
together with the annual estimates.
Let's go to, because we are already having, let's go to, clause 6 had been called.
Honorable
so
Chair.
I want to call the mover to move second reading of the new clause. You
Honorable
will
Chair.
have your time, leader. You will have your time. I'll give you your time now, but we are already at clause number 6. But that is water under the bridge. But what is it, leader? You know, sometimes we will take a lot of time on something that is already flowed. So what is it, leader?
Chair, we need, to make our brother, the Chair of Energy, have comfort. The problem is what I have said earlier. We cannot deviate from the budget and appropriation report on the supplementary appropriation 2. You are bound by that, you can change. But because that was not captured, the Energy Committee itself gave a different version. And again, I wish we had a letter from the National Treasury on the matter. We don't have it. So I really want to tell the Chair Energy, we will revisit this when the Budget Committee is dealing with the estimates for 2021. We assure you that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that Honorable Raso? Because this thing is gone. What is the number of your 317? I can't see it here.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is a quick one. Looking at vote 1081, health, actually it is reducing. Can the Chair confirm that?
No, we will now not go that direction, Honorable Raso, because that is a matter that has been finalized.
Mr. Chair, it is important, really.
But we cannot reopen this.
And also, can he confirm that there are no allocations to the counties in terms of national government support? Thank you, Chair.
She is not even in now. But she is not in. But since we had finished, probably that's a question we'll ask in a different fora. Really, because she is not there herself. I do not think anybody can answer on her behalf. Yours is a valid question. The Chair, I really do not want us to reopen in that manner. We would go the wrong way. So let's go to clause 6. So mover, please move the second reading.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the new clause 6 be read a second time.
Very well.
Clause 6 seems to have gotten lost, Honorable Speaker. As spelled out on the order paper, Honorable Speaker, and it says that the following new clause be inserted immediately after clause 5. This, Honorable Speaker, relates to the ring fencing of appropriations that, Honorable Speaker, the great people of this country should note are sacrifices from members, honorable members of parliament, from both the National Assembly, the bigger chunk, as I said in the morning, of almost 2.3 billion shillings coming from the National Assembly, that we have sacrificed from our own budget to go towards the fight against COVID. And as we said in our report, Honorable Speaker, we wanted this money ring-fenced to ensure that the money goes specifically to cater for some of the issues that you had the Chair Health speak about in terms of ensuring that there are enough PPE for our frontline health workers in the hospitals that are dealing with COVID-related matters. Honorable Speaker, the money is appropriated in the second schedule in respect of what R 10081 Ministry of Health under Program 0405,000 Health Policy Standards and Regulations shall be earmarked for COVID-19 pandemic interventions and shall be ring-fenced as follows. A, Honorable Speaker, is to provide an amount of Kenya shillings, 600 million shillings to Kenyatta National Hospital and Bagathi Hospital that are some of the first hospitals that were designated as treatment and isolation centers for COVID patients. We want to ensure that there are adequate testing kits, adequate PPEs for our frontline health workers at that hospital. B, to Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital, an amount of Kenya shillings 500,000, that's $500 million. Again, this is the second treatment. You appreciate that Nairobi has been the epicenter of this disease, Honorable Speaker, and therefore 2 facilities in Nairobi. In Western Kenya, Honorable Speaker, we have Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kisumu County, receiving an amount of 400 million shillings from members of parliament. Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, and I wish the Honorable Chepkut, he's actually here, Honorable Speaker, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital that Honorable Chepkut has been very vocal about, including this morning. And I want to assure Honorable Chepkut that in the annual estimates that have been tabled, we will consider the issue of the 900 million shillings that is a deficit of salaries and wages at MTRH in Eldoret. They will receive an amount of 400,000 shillings, being a sacrifice from members of the North Rift and all members of parliament and senators from
I wonder whether
Kenya.
Honorable Chepkut is keen.
Kitui Hospital.
Because you have talked about 400,000. That really
400 million shillings.
That's a
Honorable
better
Speaker,
correction.
that correction, 400 million shillings.
Okay.
Kitui Hospital, Honorable Speaker, you remember there were reported cases of COVID in Kitui. I think there was one confirmed case and a number of contacts the last time I read news from Kitui. And they are doing a splendid job trying with Kikotech, doing masks for the members of the public. We, members of parliament, have given them 300 million shillings Mandera Hospital, that has also been an epicenter of this pandemic in the northern parts of Kenya. They will receive, again, from members of parliament and senators, 300 million shillings. And the Coast General Hospital, Honorable Speaker, where the member from Vita comes from and is a host to this hospital. And I must take this opportunity to commend the governor from Mombasa. He is indeed doing well, together with the member of parliament from Vita. They are doing very well. And a member for Nyali.
Order. There is a member here who is not observing social distancing. I do not know whether it is. Yeah, you proceed and take your seat.
It is a member for Kajiado
Honorable
East.
member for Kajiado East. Take your seat. Well, then if you don't have a seat, you...
She's hanging on to the member.
You cannot
from
negotiate for
Town.
a seat with a member who is sitting down. Because the seat is only sufficient for one member. And you can understand. So you finalize it, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I hope you are not insinuating that the member would
proceed,
fit on that
you
seat.
do not have to read the mind of the chair.
Coast General Hospital, Honorable Speaker, will receive 500 million shillings, 500 million shillings. And that is a total of 3 billion shillings that came from members of parliament, from their budget. And I must take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to really commend members of parliament and the Parliamentary Service Commission and the senators for the 264 million that they sacrificed from their budget. So you can look at it, Honorable Speaker, and see
the
from
figures
3
again?
billion
What did you say
shillings.
were the figures?
Chair, you know I'm an accountant. I must give you figures as they are.
Okay, then I can
Senate
proceed.
contributed 274 million, and you can work out the maths from 3 billion shillings, and you'll be able to see how much each member of parliament was able to contribute from their budget, Honorable Speaker.
All right.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to request that you order consequential amendments to be effected.
No, we are not there.
Oh, we finished with that one. Sorry.
So we are still proceeding with a new clause. So I want to propose the question, which is that the new clause 6A be read a second time.
Is it seconded?
Oh, no, just second, sorry, second first, and then we will, yeah.
Honorable Speaker, I want to request the Vice Chair to second.
Yes. No, behind every successful chair, there must be a very strong vice chair behind him. Proceed, Honorable Lesonet.
You went to the school.
Honorable Lesonet, what number is your seat? 162. 162.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I stand to second, we hope these monies, which has been contributed by this House, by Parliament, Mr. Speaker, will go a great deal towards testing for the coronavirus, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reason why Kenya today we declare 10, 1 in Nairobi and 9 in Mombasa, is an indication of insufficient testing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we hope these monies will go along securing, including highways, Mr. Speaker, specifically the highway touching Eldama Ravine, Mr. Speaker, you know from Makutano to Tumbarua, how many trucks stop there per day. We need serious surveillance around that route, and we hope MTRH, Mr. Speaker, that we have given the money, will be able to secure, including that particular corridor. And Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I second. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now we will move very fast, so I propose a question which is that the new clause 6 be now read a second time. Leader of majority, and be brief now. Let's be brief. One word and then another member.
Chair, you know you have been referring to people who went to Alliance, I don't know, Kabarak. Let me also say that I went to school with the Anway Guru, not very far from here, a school called Moy Force Academy, but she was my junior, and she didn't learn a lot from me. I wish she did. Chair, I want to support this and show that the budget-making process, as per the PFM and the Constitution, is the sole function of the National Assembly. That's why the 3 billion we slashed, we can reallocate it to Jaramogi Oginga Oginga, to Mandera, to Coast General, to Moi Referral, to Kenyatta University Hospital, to Kenyatta Hospital. I want the chair of budget. He's busy to tell us where the 260 million from the Senate, where has it been appropriated? You know, I don't know who they have given to. They should give it to this COVID fund. There's a COVID fund, guys who are collecting money at KICC. So I really want to support that, and I think this is how to go about it. But the question, the moral question that I want to ask is, if you based the allocation as a budget committee on the areas where the coronavirus was found, what happened to other counties? What happened to Kakamega General Hospital, to Nyeri General Hospital, to Garissa General Hospital, you know, to Embu General Hospital? Yeah, Bungoma has its own problems. From the wheelbarrows, Bungoma has problems from the wheelbarrows to these container jerrycans you're buying. And I saw last night there are more than 10 people in one bed. Bungoma governor and his leadership must put their house in order. Doesn't look very good. In a hospital where we need to have social distancing, you saw Kenyans, 5 of them sharing one bed. It's very, very shameful, I think. I mean, that kind of,
okay.
But I think I support.
The leader of minority party. I know this is a very interesting one, but really we can finish. And we still have another, there will still be another opportunity. Yes. What is your number of your seat?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we just didn't want to allocate this cut from the parliamentary budget, or PSC, that is both National Assembly, Senate, and joint services, just anyhow. We wanted to specifically give it to targeted areas. But, Mr. Speaker, where resource allocation is concerned, always there will be issues. But I thought we were very fair. One, what we looked into, Mr. Chairman, was areas which have reported cases of COVID, so that we can accelerate testings in those areas. It is not in doubt that Coast is a hotspot as we speak. It's not in doubt that Nairobi is a hotspot. It's not in doubt that Mandera, for the northern region, is a hotspot. Mr. Chairman, it's not in doubt also that Kitui could cover the region. Okay. But, Mr. Chairman, let us also remember that Eldoret is a major hospital in the Rift Valley region. Moi teaching and referral. But finally, the reason why we picked on Kisumu, we had issues. CI has reported cases. Homa Bay has reported cases. Now we felt, and Kakamega of course, but we felt we needed a central area to manage both Homa Bay, Siaya, and Kakamega. And of course, Mr. Chairman, Kisumu stands out.
Okay.
So, okay, Mr. Chairman, we could not again split this money into small amounts.
I will, now, there will be another opportunity in the next minute on that one, and I'll give a few members. So let's finish the first bit. So I put the question, which is that the new clause 6A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I propose the question, which is that the new clause 6A be part of the bill. Will as many, no, that's a proposition. So at this point, I'll give only 2 members. That particular member there? Yes. I'm looking at members who have not spoken this afternoon. So, what is the number?
304.
You are there.
Very well. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for recognizing me and giving me this opportunity. Thank you. One, let me thank the Budget Committee and the House for this contribution and actually ring-fencing it for a particular cause so that it's very accountable. And this is very good because for quite some time people have been asking what's our contribution, but now our contribution is great and can be seen. But I wanted to say, Chair, that the split is good, and I also want to thank the budget for having done that through the budget chair. But then area like Western, where we have Kakamega and Vihiga.
Okay.
We should
please,
have
please,
seen.
please, don't debate. Don't debate, please. Just
yes.
yeah.
An allocation.
So that another member can have an opportunity.
I'm finishing, Chair, so that they can also benefit from this and.
Okay.
Do
Honorable
the referral
Kabinga.
also. Thank you,
Honorable
Chair.
Kabinga. Honorable Kabinga.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say the intent of this particular fund was very, very, very good. That is to ring fence it. But allocating money because a certain area reported COVID case is not light, Chair. We cannot deal with the cure. We should also deal with prevention. And for that matter, this money should have been fairly distributed to all the general hospitals in the counties. Kirugoya in Kirinyaga County included.
I hear you. Now, I hear a lot of complaint from Busia. Let's have the women rep for Busia. The women. Yes, now that Busia is taken care of, I'm sure. What is the number of your seat?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to add on top of what Honorable Mbadi has said. He should remember that Busia has got 2 borders, and we have a lot of trucks that are piling there. So Busia should also be in that consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Maybe then, lastly, the Kisii County. Honorable Janet. I see a lot of interest. Okay, I'll give 2 more members from this direction. As if you are brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief. First, I'm very concerned that Kisii County was not considered. Mr. Speaker, the allocation is extremely skewed. I propose that this money is equitably distributed because it's by all members of parliament in the 47 counties, Mr. Speaker. It does not matter whether there is a county that has been affected or not. I think that prevention is much better than even cure. Thank you.
Okay, so I put the question, which is that new clause 6, A, B, part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So next.
Honorable Speaker, with your Honorable Chair, with your indulgence.
You have hit the road before you are given permission. Allow it to be called out.
Oh, you.
Clauses 5 and 2.
Clauses 5 and 2. Did you say?
5 and 2.
5 and 2. So I propose a question which is that clause 5 and 2 be part of the bill. And I put the question which is that clauses 5 and 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Any as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And before I go to have the other called out, honorable members, the committee of the whole House has made several amendments to the first schedule and the second schedule of the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2020. These amendments have the effect in the subtotal and total figures under the two schedules and clause 2 of the bill. Pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 152.3, I hereby order that consequential adjustments be made to the subtotal and the total figures to reflect the changes made by the committee of the whole House under the respective votes.
Point of order, Chair.
So we go to the next one.
Chair, on a point of order, and I'm glad that you. Do I need to read these since you've already directed that?
No, you don't need to.
I don't need to.
I have already.
You've already directed. Honorable Speaker, just one quick note, Honorable Speaker, on the order paper, just for clarity. On second schedule B, the figure that was there on the order paper read as 2498, 256.
Actually, you are slowing down the process, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Speaker, because the figure to be deleted, Honorable Speaker, should read 2452, 677, 733. Just for clarity, because there was a typo on the order paper on Schedule 2.
Is that it?
And there was also...
Okay. Allow us to check with the budget office now. And if that is the position, that will be effected.
The budget office is busy.
Okay, let's proceed anyway. Eh? Well, that is an oversight and it is reflected. So proceed.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I was saying the figure that should be deleted under B.
I thought you have finished it. Didn't you read it earlier?
Well, I had corrected that, Honorable Speaker, and also on the same schedule, most of those figures should be in brackets to denote that they are being decreased, not increased, because they are positives.
Okay.
Just for the record.
That makes sense. So next.
Title.
I propose the question which is the title be the title to the bill. And I put the question which is the title be the title to the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Any as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question which is at clause 1 be part of the bill. And I put the question which is at clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. And as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now, can I... Now let's have the mover to move of the bill, to move reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2020, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Okay, very well. I put the question, which is that the Committee of the Whole House do report to the House its consideration of the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2020, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now we'll move to the next one. And I can assure you, honorable members, on this one will be very fast. So be very keen and careful. So we'll start with this is now the Small Claims Court Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2020. We'll finish it very quickly. I will not entertain more than 2 contributions, brief ones.
Clause 2.
I propose the question which is at clause 2 be part of the bill. Honorable Cheptumo, in brief. What number is your seat?
2.
Is it? What number is your seat?
59.
59.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg that the bill be amended in clause 1, in clause 2, as per the order paper.
Okay. So I propose the question which is that clause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Cheptumo. And I put the question which is at clause 2 be amended as proposed by Honorable Cheptumo. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the question which is at the clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Propose the question which is at clause 3 be part of the bill. Honorable Leader of Majority. I can't see why there must be a problem. No, I'm pressing it from here and I can't.
Oh, yeah, okay, Chair, I want to drop my amendment in favor of the amendment of the Chair of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee.
No, I do not think you are right there, because the one which you are going to be dropping maybe is clause 4, because you are the only one having this one. So if you want us to drop, we drop it.
Is it?
That is clause 3. The one which you have to...
Yeah, Chair. Yeah, I agree with you. Chair, I beg to move that clause 3 be amended as provided in the order paper, and the justification for this that amendment seeks to provide for the remuneration of the advocates who appear before the Small Claims Court and is in accordance with the provisions of the Advocacy Remuneration Order made under the Advocates Act, Chapter 16 of the Laws of Kenya. All that I'm doing is that all the advocates will appear in this Small Claims Court will will abide by this remuneration,
Okay.
which is found in the Act.
So then I
Public Case
propose
Act.
a question which is that clause 3 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Majority Leader. And I put the question which is that clause 3 be amended as proposed by Honorable Majority Leader. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. No, sorry. And I propose the question, I put the question which is that clause 3 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I propose the question which is that clause 4 be part of the bill. And you say, the Honorable Majority Leader, if I'm not wrong, that you want to drop this one in favor of that one from the Justice and Legal Affairs? Because under normal circumstances, yours would have come first.
Yeah, we have consulted with the chair, and I want to drop my amendment in favor of the one of the chair. It's better.
Okay. Chair, Legal Affairs, in brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be amended in clause 4 as by the order paper.
So I propose a question which is that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. I put the question which is that the clause 4 be amended as proposed by Honorable Cheptuma. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it, and I put the question which is that clause 4 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
The global question?
Huh?
The global question.
I've done it.
New clauses. New clause 1A.
We will move in the normal manner. Let me call the mover to move second reading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the new clause
1A.
1A be read a second time.
Very well, and I propose the question which is that the new clause 1A be read a second time. I put the question which is that new, yes? Okay, so on this particular one, do we have any members who want to speak? Honorable Cheptuma, please.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to, Chair, I wish to request Honorable Wahome, my Vice Chair, to, I don't know whether I think she's around. She can check
Well, you can pick on any other member from your committee if she's not in. Oh, she's there.
I was not with him because...
Okay, then. Very interesting.
Chair, as I second, may I say that there were just three issues that were very sticky, and I think that's what the amendment is speaking to. The question of the advocates not being able to practice, and then the jurisdiction of the court was a major issue, and those issues, Mr. Speaker, have been addressed by the proposed amendments. There was a lot of conversation by advocates and threats, but their concerns, Mr. Speaker, have been addressed by this amendment. I support. I second. I second.
Okay, so I propose a question which is that new clause 1A be now read a second time. Oundo? No, is that Oundo? Yes.
One, two. Chair, probably I need to seek clarification from the chair of the respective committee, because in the published bill, the prescribed limit had been set at 1 million, which seems to be very reasonable in view of the circumstances at the moment. He needs to tell us the justification they have used to reduce it to 500,000, which in a sense beats the purpose of ADR as proposed in the Constitution of Kenya 2010. We need that clarification. I would still go for the 1 million that was in the original bill. Thank you.
Yes, Chair, Leader Majority Party.
I think, Chair, for the comfort of Professor
And we have members who want to contribute on this one, that direction?
Chair, yeah, for the comfort of Professor Uda, I think the chairman needs to come out very clearly because we have agreed it, we leave it as it is in the bill at 1 million. So he needs to come out very clearly.
Now, I can't understand.
Yes, but they want the clarity.
Are we talking about what we are discussing now? So what is it that Honorable Cheptumo wants to, because we are progressing? Is there anything you want to amend there? Because if we are, now after this I'll be putting the question, and I'm actually putting the question unless there is any issue. We are still on 1A. We are dealing with 1A, honorable members. Yeah, so I proceed to put the question, which is that new clause 1A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I propose the question, which is that new clause 1A be part of the bill. I put the question, which is that new clause 1A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now we go to the next one.
New clause 3A.
You did not go to on record.
New clause 3A.
Now, I believe this is the one which has an issue. Honorable Cheptumo, let's hear what you have to say.
Chair.
Yes, I've given you.
Chair, I think there is some, let me not say confusion. What we have done in the new clause 3A is to empower the Chief Justice to prescribe from time to time and establish under the Law Society of Kenya Act, make orders prescribing and regulating the remuneration of the advocates who appear in this court. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, before the amendment which has been brought now, lawyers were not supposed to practice in this small claims court. And that is what we are saying. Now that we've introduced the new lawyers to these claim courts, it is important that we empower the Chief Justice to prescribe the payment of fees by lawyers. That is what we are saying under this.
Is that in conflict with what we have
but
passed?
Mr. Chair, but there's a problem here. The majority leader already had moved under clause 3, which I think already the House has passed. So
Yes.
I think that is the only problem I have.
That's what I'm asking. So do you really wish to progress on it?
Because what we had agreed was that my amendment would stand, because it is the Chief Justice now
At that point, actually, Honorable Leader had indicated that that is what his interest was.
Okay. Because this okay.
Can you consult? I'll give you some 30 seconds to consult. What is the difference? Let me clarify for the House. What you passed is that the remuneration of an advocate who appears before a court shall not be more than 3/4 or less than half the amount prescribed under the Advocate's Remuneration Order 2014. Now, in the second one,
yes,
the chair is proposing to allow the Chief Justice to make, to prescribe the rates, isn't it? Yes. Now, so we cannot have both, we have one, isn't it?
No, Chair.
What is it that you want us to?
We've consulted with the leader.
Yes.
And we've agreed that really we move with my amendment.
We proceed with yours?
Yes.
And then what happens with the one we have
Because that is the best procedure, Mr. Chair, in this particular situation.
If we passed, and it's good that both the chair and the vice chair, who are both lawyers, are there. If we pass, we have already passed the one by the majority leader. If we pass this other one now, it will basically be giving two different situations in one particular bill.
Can we recommit the one for the majority, Mr. Chair?
So let me have, because we will have the leader majority, and then we'll have body, and we make the decision. We see, I hope you have consulted. Yes, leader majority.
Chair, number one, first, I think this is not a bill for lawyers. Let me make it very clear. Because, they have an interest here. Lawyers have an interest here, with a lot of respect to lawyers. But all I'm saying is, the one that mine has passed, but looking at the one of the chair looks better. So let's allow the chair's amendment pass, then I recommit mine. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Mr. Chair, it would be a really interesting procedure. Procedurally, I've never come across where we pass same amendments, amendments with contradicting proposals.
Yes.
In belief or trust that we will recommit. Yes. Mr. Chairman, let us, if we have to procedurally do things, I think the proposal by Cheptumo cannot be debated. Let the matter come
actually,
as an amendment to the law.
Let's stop it there, leader of minority, because you have actually said what I'm going to rule. Now, if we are going to recommit the previous one, we cannot proceed with new clause 3A at this point. We will have to have that other one recommitted, and then at that point of recommittal, we will now also place this one. That will be the neater way of doing it. Is that not okay? Yeah, I think that is a better way, it's a neater way to do this thing. What will happen is there will be a recommittal, and because it seems the leader of majority and the Honorable Cheptumo, the Chair, Justice and Legal Affairs, seem to agree that Honorable Cheptumo's one is a better one, then we will recommit, we will delete Honorable Duales, and then after recommittal, and then have Honorable Cheptumo proceeding with this. Yes. Yeah. So you will withdraw the new 3A for now? For now. You will withdraw for now. In trust, of course, that this thing will be recommitted. Okay?
No,
and on a hindsight, I think the leader of majority had actually mentioned. It's only at that point we didn't know that there was going to be, we had not anticipated the next one. So you withdraw, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I trust the majority leader.
Yes.
So I want to agree with you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I therefore drop my amendment.
Withdraw.
I withdraw the amendment that is under new clause 3A.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. So we proceed next.
New clause 3B.
So I call the mover. Let me call the mover to move second reading. No, sorry. Let me call the mover to move second reading on
3B.
New clause 3B.
Now clause 2, Chair.
We don't have.
We have not dealt with clause 2.
Well, I thought we finished with that.
That is the one I want to withdraw.
Cleared with that. It was the first one because it involved definitions and the rest. No. You moved the amendment actually.
Chair, this is the amendment that I propose that I withdraw because, Mr. Speaker, we've since consulted with the judiciary and they have agreed that 1 million is the pecuniary jurisdiction of this particular court. That is what we have agreed.
That one we finished. The correct position, and you can check the answer, that is the one, and I can remember the wordings you gave, Honorable Cheptumo, that we deal with the amendment as per the order paper. That's exactly what you said. You did. And it passed. And really, Honorable Cheptumo, your interest is for your amendment to pass. And it did, unless you want to change your mind on it. Because it passed. On this particular one, it passed.
Then Chair, I propose that we recommit if we have passed it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Honorable Undo, I think what I think is that we should finalize with this one. New 3B. Since there will be a recommittal, let's leave that at that point. Let's proceed with this other one.
It's okay.
New clause 3B. We have already called it out, and I have proposed the question, which is that the new clause 3B be now read a second time. Honorable members, I said we must be keen. I see no interest in this particular, and so I'll proceed to put the question, which is that new clause 3B be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I propose the question, which is that new clause 3B be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that new clause 3B be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Title?
I propose the question, which is that the title be the title to the bill. I put the question, which is that the title be the title to the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question, which is that clause 1 be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. So let's have the mover of the bill. Yes. Move reporting, please.
This is serious. Let me. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House be amended by inserting the words subject to recommittal of clauses 2, 3, and new clause 3A. I also request Honorable Cheptumo to second the motion.
Did you say, what did you specify again?
I say subject to recommittal of clauses 2, 3, and new clause 3A.
Okay.
I second.
Well, I was only wondering, there was one clause which was not canvassed at all. So I was wondering why we were recommitting it in the first place when it didn't take off. 3B? But anyway,
if you give me the mic,
it is okay because you are on record, so that will be resolved.
No, 3 was mine,
yes,
which I want to substitute with the new 3A of Honorable Cheptumo.
Okay.
That's why we are all recommitting.
Okay. So I will put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the small claims amendment Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2020, and disapproval thereof with amendments subject to recommittal of clause 2, 3, and 3B. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we shall start with the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2020. Chairperson.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2020, and approved the same with amendments.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Lesonet to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
The Honorable Lesonet, give him the mic.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I second. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable members, if it's the mood of the House that I put the question, I then proceed to put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover for third reading. Third reading.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2020, be now read a third time. I also request Honorable Mbadi to second.
I second, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I propose the question that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2020 be now read a third time. Very well, members. I now put the question that which is that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2020 be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we shall now move to the next stage.
A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issue of certain sums of money out of the consolidated fund and the application towards the service of the year ending on the 30th June 2020, and to appropriate those sums for certain public services and purposes.
Very well. I direct that we move to the next business.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Small Claims Court Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2020, and approve the same with amendments and subject to recommittal of clause 2 and 3. Mr. Speaker, it has to be clear because the new clause had not been canvassed, so there would be no need to recommit. So that is the position, clause 2 and 3, and the rest, every other thing will be captured.
The Honorable Leader of Majority, what is out of order?
But I tend to agree, but I had the chair withdrawing new clause 3A. So if he has withdrawn, what happens?
So there will be no need to
okay, fine. It's okay. So we recommit clause 2 and 3.
Yes, if the clause has been withdrawn, then it will be of no consequence, really. I now call upon the mover. Then the mover.
I don't have anything. What do I know here? Part of the COVID challenges. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the same report. I also request Honorable Cheptumo to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report.
With the question?
I put a question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable members, take your seats. Let's all be keen, honorable members, now. Yes. Yeah, and 3.
And 3, and new 3, new 3A.
Now, members, we are back to the status quo. So let's be clear so that we are at the status quo. So we will call out clause 2, we will do clause 3, and then go to clause 3A. It was not moved in the first place. Okay.
Clause 2.
Yes, Honorable Cheptumo. I propose the question which is at clause 2 be part of the bill. Honorable Cheptumo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this initially was our position as a committee that we have the peculiar jurisdiction for 500,000. After further consultation, Mr. Chair, we've been able to agree that that figure should now be enhanced to 1 million. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, Chair, I withdraw my proposed amendment under clause 2.
Okay, fine. That one is withdrawn. Is that okay, honorable members? But let's proceed to the next one. It has been withdrawn. If it's withdrawn, it is out of it now. I mean, so we go to the next.
Clause 3.
I propose the question which is at clause 3 be part of the bill. That is Honorable Cheptumo now.
Mr. Speaker,
Your amendment, Honorable Cheptumo, is on the next one, 3A.
Yeah, 3A.
Yes, so it's not on this one.
Honorable Chair, on 3A,
we are not on 3A. No, we are not on
amend
3A. We are on 3.
On 3.
Yes.
And Chair,
So please let us be keen so that we do not,
correct.
you know,
I will do that, Chair.
miss the steps again.
Mr. Chair, I propose that the bill be amended in.
No. Hold on, Honorable Cheptumo. Let me check on this properly. Where is?
Yeah, it is 3. Sorry. Yes. You have to withdraw first. Vale.
Let us be. Okay, so I propose a question which is that clause 3 be part of the bill. And I put the question, which is that clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? Yes. The ayes have it. Now we are going to the next one. This is where we have the amendment by Honorable Cheptumo.
New clause 3A.
Correct. Chair.
Okay, please, Cheptumo, allow us to go through the normal process. Just a minute. Let me call Honorable Cheptumo to move the reading of the new clause.
Chair, I
move second reading, please.
I propose that new clause 3A be read a second time.
Yes, you are moving it, that it be read a second time.
Yeah.
I propose a question which is that new clause 3A be now read a second time. Now, any member wants to speak to this one? You no, second it, and then we move. Who is seconding you, Honorable Cheptumo? Was it Honorable seconded by the majority leader? Now, so I propose a question which is that new clause 3A be read a second time. Members who want to speak to this? So I put the question which is that new clause 3A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question which is that new clause 3A be part of the bill. And I put the question which is that new clause 3A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I don't think. So we have them. Okay, move on, please. Move report.
I'll move my motion.
Proceed.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee to report to the House its consideration of the Small Claims Court Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2020, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Very well. I put the question which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Small Claim Court Amendment Bill, National Assembly number 4, Bill number 4 of 2020, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. And as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Honorable members, we shall hear from the chairperson.
Thank you very much. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Small Claims Court Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2020, and approved the same with amendments.
The mover?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I request Honorable Cheptumo to second the motion of agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
The Honorable Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable members, is it the mood of the House that we put the question? I then put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. We shall move to third reading. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Small Claims Court Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2020, be now read a third time. I also request Honorable Cheptumo, the Chair of JLAC, to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
I propose the question that the Small Claims Court Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2020, be now read a third time. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the Small Claims Court Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2020, be now read a third time. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Small Claims Court Act. Order number 10, special motion, consideration of a nominee for appointment as Chief Executive Officer of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board.
Well, the chairperson select committee on NGCDF. Yes, I see the Honorable Lodepe.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have the leave of the chair.
The Honorable Wangwe, sorry. The Honorable Wangwe. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have leave of the chair to present the committee report on the floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, on 24th March 2020, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning forwarded to the National Assembly for consideration and approval the nomination.
The Honorable Wangwe.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
You need to move. You need to move fast. You need to read it as it is first. Then you can say all those other nice things.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House. I don't have the. I didn't have
the Honorable Wangwe. Look at Order 10 and just read it as it is.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that taking into consideration the findings of the Select Committee on the National Government Constituency Development Fund in its finding report on the vetting of the nominee for appointment as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, April 29, 2020, and pursuant to Section 21 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015 and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Yusuf Mbuno as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board. Honorable Speaker, on 24th March 2020, the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning forwarded to the National Assembly for consideration and approval the notification of nomination of Mr. Yusuf Mbuno as Chief Executive Officer, National Government Constituency Development Fund Board. This was in accordance with the provisions of Section 21 of the NGCDF Act and Section 5 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act 2011. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 45-1, the name and curricula vitae of the nominee was referred to the Select Committee on National Government Constituency Development Fund on 26th March 2020 for vetting and reporting to the House within 14 days. Mr. Speaker, sir, on 15th of April 2020, the Clerk of the National Assembly wrote to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, DCI, the Higher Education Loans Board, HELB, and the Register of Political Parties, RPP, requesting for reports with respect to the nominee on the following: 1, matters touching on integrity; 2, tax compliance; 3, political affiliation; and 4, loan repayments. Mr. Speaker, sir, we received clearance reports for the nominee from the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, the Director of Criminal Investigation, DCI, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Higher Education Loans Board, and the Register of Political Parties. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Select Committee on National Government Constituency Development Fund conducted an approval hearing on Thursday, 20th April 2020 at 10 a.m. and the nominee was vetted in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution, the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, and the National Assembly Standing Orders on his suitability or otherwise for appointment as Chief Executive Officer, National Government Constituency Development Fund Board. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to the provision of Section 6(9) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, the Clerk of the National Assembly placed an advertisement in the print media on 16th April 2020, inviting the public to submit memoranda by way of written statements on oath, affidavits, on their suitability or otherwise the nominee. The advertisement indicated that the submissions were to be received by Wednesday, 22nd April 2020 at 5 p.m. Mr. Speaker, sir, by close of business on Wednesday, 22nd April 2020 at 5 p.m., the committee received a total number of 3 submissions: 1, in support of the nominee, and 2, contesting the nomination of Mr. Yusuf Mbuno, but only the 2 submissions contesting the nomination of the candidate met the threshold of memoranda for consideration by the committee as required by provisions of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011. Mr. Speaker, sir, the memoranda are as follows. 1 by 1, Mr. Kennedy O. Ondiek, on behalf of concerned citizens in a memorandum dated 7th April 2020, supported the appointment of Mr. Yusuf Mbuno based on the following grounds. 1, that the NGCDF board conducted these interviews and the AG, the acting CEO, Mr. Yusuf Mbuno, was ranked first, followed by Professor Mohamed Abdile, with Mr. Jackton Omulo Akelo coming in third. This shows that apart from goodwill, the nominee performed above par in the interviews and has run, in the interim, the functions of the board par excellence. 2, the nominee has dutifully acted in the same capacity, not exiting to the requisite dates of the term without the required payment, carried out the function diligently. 3, the laws of fairness and justice be adorned to the nominee and be allowed to serve as the substantive CEO for the National Government Constituency Development Fund. 2, the second memoranda came from one Mr. Robert Tolbert Manyange. In his affidavit dated 18th April 2020, opposed to the appointment on the following grounds. 1, that the recruitment by the NGCDF board and the recommendation made to the Cabinet Secretary for appointment with the approval of Parliament of the nominee for the post of CEO does not meet the required leadership and integrity values set out in the Kenya Constitution. 2, in sharp contrast to Section 20 of the NGCDF Act, the members of the National Assembly showed open bias in favor of one candidate and hostility towards the other candidates. 3, if the nominee is appointed for the position, his allegiance will only be the National Assembly and not the people of Kenya, the taxpayers, and other arms of the government. His appointment will greatly affect the delivery of services and negatively affect the people and institutions that will depend on the CEO's integrity. 4, the selection will not be competitive because the members of National Assembly have a close working relationship with the said nominee. And 5, the nominee has already served in the same position for almost 8.5 years in an acting capacity. The maximum period of service for the CEO for NGCDF is 6 years. In this case, if the nominee is appointed, he will be a gross violation of the spirit of the Act. Essentially, the nominee will have served for a record of 12 years and a possible term of 14 years. Honorable Speaker, the third memoranda came from one, Mr. Sam Kinyua. In his affidavit dated 20th April 2020, opposed the appointment of Mr. Yusuf Mbuno based on the following grounds. 1, the nominee's intended appointment is in violation of Article 259, 3B, for the following reasons. 1, the law provides under Section 24 of the NGCDF Act that the holder of the office shall serve for 3 years. The nominee has been acting since 2011 and remained 8 years consecutively, contrary to the law. The nominee has served beyond the stipulated period and has illegally extended beyond the maximum period of 2 years. Then finally, if appointed, the nominee will have served twice above the time limit by an extension of 8 years, taking into consideration his term being afresh. In Section 23 and 13.3 of the NGCDF Act, Honorable Speaker, provides that the CEO shall be responsible for the day-to-day management affairs of the board, and signing introduction shall be such that the signature of the CEO is mandatory on all payments, checks, and or instruments intended for the release of money from the fund. The above functions are duties that the nominee has been discharging for the last 8 years and a half. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee noted that memoranda admissible in accordance to Section 6(9) of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval was the affidavit sworn by Mr. Tolbert Manyange and Mr. Sam Kinyua. In light of the above, the nominee did give a reply on the allegations put up in the affidavit. He stated as follows, Honorable Speaker. 1, he is the Chief Manager, Programs, and is serving as the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the National Government Constituency Development Fund. 2, the affidavits are scandalous and frivolous, with the sole aim of causing mayhem and disrupting a constitutional process that was initiated legally and performed within the confines of the laws of Kenya as regards to due process. 3, he has never been recruited as CEO of the NGCDF board as per the dictates of Section 21 of the NGCDF Act, but has been serving in an acting capacity. A person serving in an acting capacity is not subject to term limits associated with that office. Only a substantive holder of an office is subject to term limits of an office. There is no law that stops a person serving in an acting capacity from applying to be considered for appointment as a substantive holder of the same office. 4, he has been serving as the acting CEO of the NGCDF board, awaiting the relevant authorities to appoint a substantive holder. He therefore cannot be blamed for the length of time that he has served in an acting capacity, and further, there is no law that automatically changed his status from acting CEO of NGCDF to a substantive CEO as claimed. 5, the letter of appointment appointing him to serve as the CEO of the NGCDF board in an acting capacity clearly stated that he was appointed to hold office until such a time when the office was to be filled substantially. Accordingly, the term and condition of the letter of appointment stipulated the term limit, which is until such a time when the position is filled by a substantive holder. The terms exclude the application of Section 24 of the NGCDF Act, which only applies to a substantive holder of the office. 6, there is a misapprehension of paragraph C of 14(1) to 9 of the Human Resource Policies and Procedure Manual for the Public Service Commission. The paragraph deals with allowances paid to an officer serving in an acting capacity and nothing further. The board is an independent body and cannot by any means whatsoever be influenced in its decision in the recruitment process. There are speculations without any form of evidence to prove influence in any decision of the board. Number 8, on the allegations of fraudulent withdrawals from the NGCDF board account, they are a misrepresentation of the contents of the Auditor General's report. The payment in the bank not captured in the cash book, as stated in the Auditor General's report, are as a result of cybercrime by external fraudsters alien to the board. Some were arrested by the Banking Fraud Investigation Unit and charged in court of law. The case is still ongoing, and the officers of the board are key witnesses. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee, having vetted the nominee, made the following observations. 1, that the nominee is a Kenyan citizen born in Makueni County. 2, the nominee has 28 years of experience, having been in the public service since 1991, of which 16 were in senior management positions of Job Group P and above. 3, the nominee holds a Master's of Arts degree in Economics and a Bachelor of Arts degree in Economics from the University of Nairobi, which are related degrees for the purpose of Section 22A of NGCDF Act 2015. 4, the ESCC, KRA, DCI, ORPP, and HELP had sent clearance letters with respect to the nominee. 5, that the nominee has not been charged in any court of law in the last 3 years. 6, as stipulated in Article 75(1) of the Constitution, he has not shown the possibility of potential conflict of interest. 7, the nominee, Honorable Speaker, satisfies the requirements of Article 77(1) of the Constitution in that he does not intend to participate in any other gainful employment if appointed as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board. 8, the nominee does not hold office in any political party and therefore meets the requirements of Article 77(2) of the Constitution. 9, the nominee has not been dismissed from a public office. And 10, the nominee exhibited knowledge of the workings of the public service and displayed profound knowledge in the operation of the NGCDF fund. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I urge members of this House, Honorable Speaker, to read comprehensively the report of the Select Committee on National Government and Constitutional Development Fund in order to fully appreciate and enrich the debate. I further urge the members to adopt the recommendation of the committee as contained in this report. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, with that, I beg to move and request that my colleague, the Honorable Member, Honorable Mary Wamaua, does second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Mary Wamaua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the report as it has been led by the Honorable Member. Mr. Speaker, from all what has been led by the mover, we've had the nominee, his experiences, his abilities. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it is good that this nominee has been in his acting capacity, even though he was the chief manager programs in the NGCDF board. So, Mr. Speaker, at least the majority of the members here has interacted with the nominee, and they know his strengths and weaknesses. And Mr. Speaker, when we vetted the nominee, and after looking at his academic papers, Mr. Speaker, and also the experiences that he had in the public service, Mr. Speaker, and especially for his 16 years that he had in senior management position, we found that the nominee, if adopted by this House, is capable of being a substantive CEO of the NGCDF board. Mr. Speaker, the nominee exhibited knowledge in the operation of the NGCDF board and met all the requirements of Section 20 of the NGCDF Act. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, in his acting capacity, he carried out his duties diligently, and that is why the NGCDF board, after conducting its interview, found the acting CEO, Mr. Buno, being ranked the best amongst the others that were there. Mr. Speaker, in terms of academic qualification, the nominee had a Master's of Arts degree in Economic, Bachelor of Arts degree in Economic from Nairobi University, which are related degrees to the purpose of Section 20, Subarticle 2 of NGCDF Act 2015. And among other requirements, as has been read by the mover, in terms of the ACC, EACC, KRA, DCI Help, and others. Mr. Speaker, it is true from one of the memoranda, we found that there is a member of public who was really contesting on him serving, and it's therefore saying, if this house adopts, then he will be working as a CEO for more than the stipulated time. But Mr. Speaker, I also wanted to echo the same word as has been put by the mover, that a person in an acting capacity is not subject to term limits associated with that office. Only a substantive holder of an office is subject to the term limits of an office. And Mr. Speaker, the letter that had been given to Mr. Buno was only holding brief until when a substantive CEO will be given. Therefore, there is no law also that stops a person serving in an acting capacity from applying to be considered for appointment as a substantive holder of that same office if he can be blamed for the length of time that he has served in an acting capacity. It is long. We can only, Mr. Speaker, count that as an opportunity for all of us, and especially for the selected committee, to have known this nominee better. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, with all the fairness and without much ado, because we understand the kind of a nominee that we are talking about, I'm just requesting the members that in all fairness and justice, that we adopt the report of the committee by having Mr. Buno to serve as a substantive CEO, because we have already seen his capability, and having been confirmed, if at all in acting capacity.
The Honorable Amaua, kindly second.
Yeah, in fact, I was concluding. I was concluding by saying I was also requesting this House to adopt this report by having Mr. Buno to be a substantive CEO of the NGCDF board. So, Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, the Honorable Mary Joroge Wamaua, did I hear you say initially that this House adopts the Honorable Yusuf Mbunu? That you corrected it and said that approves and adopts the report. Honorable members, let me propose the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Select Committee on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, April 29, 2020, and pursuant to Section 20, Subsection 1 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Act 2015, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments, Parliamentary Approvals Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Yusuf Mbunu as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board. I see interest from the Honorable Shaban.
Kidogo tu. Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana kwa kupatia nafasi hii. Nimetaka tu kuwapongeza kamati kwa kazi nzuri waliofanya na bodi yenyewe pia walivyofanya kazi nzuri, waziri akaona kuwa ampatie Bwana Yusuf Mbuno kazi hii ya kusimamia kazi ya hazina hii ya maendeleo katika maeneo bunge. Mheshimiwa Spika, la muhimu ni kujua kuwa huyu Yusuf Mbuno amezoea kazi, ameiva, amebobea kwenye kazi, na sasa ndio ataweza kutufanyia kazi kisawasawa hapa nchini kuhakikisha kuwa hazina hii inaweza kutumika kisawasawa. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono uamuzi huu.
The Honorable Ole Kenta.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to join my colleagues in congratulating the committee. And in fact, everybody knows that Yusuf Mbuno is very qualified for this job. He was acting for 8 years, and I think people were against him simply because he was very effective, he had no political godfathers, and he was also in good terms with the parliamentarians. And in fact, the problem in this country these days is that anybody who is actually in good terms with parliament becomes an enemy of some quarters. Honorable Speaker, the only thing I can say is that Mr. Mbuno had been treated very unfairly. Because when somebody really gets the best marks, when somebody is qualified, when somebody is a Kenyan, when you deny that person his rights, human rights, then it becomes something else. And I believe Parliament has done a good job. Parliament should actually stand firm in circumstances like this one. And I think Parliament itself has seen the fruits of Mr. Mbuno. He's actually a very effective person. He's a servant leader. He's human, and he's somebody who should actually be where we have put him. And I think nobody in this Parliament can actually say that he should not be appointed. His appointment should not be approved. So I call upon my colleagues that let us approve the appointment of Mbuno because he merits it, and it's not because of anything else. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Mbadi.
Mr. Speaker, to me, today is a very happy day for me because we are trying to correct an injustice that was just about to happen. And this injustice has been attempted many times. And I'm happy that this committee has stood its ground so that we get the right person for this job. I think Mbuno has served very well in terms of managing this fund. We have not had major scandals in this fund, and even improvement in terms of usage of the fund, communicating with our fund managers to improve continuously the accountability for this fund. And that is why CDF has the least audit queries in this country. And so, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say much. Let this House agree with this report so that we finish the debate on this matter today, Mr. Speaker. It's just about 5 minutes away. I support.
The Honorable Wahome Mudhoni, member for Kandara.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for even this 1 minute to rise and support the committee on their report recommending the approval and appointment of Mr. Yusuf Mbuno as the CEO, NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, I hear members saying that he has not been treated well. It is time to right the wrong, and I'm happy that we have reached this decision. The committee should be commended for a good job, but also the NGCDF board. I support.
The Honorable Jomo Washiali, what is out of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I was going to support, but given the way the mover said and seconded that Mbuno had been out of the office for 8.5 years, I was feeling that we don't add another 1 week, because if we don't finish this motion now, what it will mean is that it will go up to next week on Wednesday. Therefore, I was going to request the House that understanding order number 95, we ask the mover to reply. Thank you.
Honorable members, I put a question that the mover be called to reply. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. As members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The mover?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Considering what my colleagues have said, I just want to say thank you, and I beg to reply.
Honorable members, order. Allow me to put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Select Committee on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund in its report on the vetting of a nominee for appointment as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, April 29, 2020, and pursuant to Section 21 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Act 2015 and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Yusuf Mbuno as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as members of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. What is out of order? Is that, do I see the Honorable Olwoch?
Yes, yes.
Yes, member for Madari.
Mr. Speaker, taking into account the two outstanding motions that were on the order paper, wanted to seek directions, one of which was raised by Honorable Lutende Amolo earlier, that the motions relate to both almost the same subject matter. So one, would the motions be considered as consolidated when next they are called?
The honorable member for Madare, you have jumped the gun. We would have...
Very well, let me wait for it to be called. I had looked at the time and it looked like it was time to adjourn.
Probably would have started, but you have consumed that minute that we would have had to commence debate on it. But it will find its time. I urge you to exercise a little patience in these special times that we have. The Honorable Olwoch, bear with us kindly. Honorable members, first of all, I want to thank you members for the dedication that you have showed today and stayed in the House up to this time, and for the work that you have done. And I believe today that we have given an opportunity to a good man to go and serve in this in the National Constituencies Development Board. I want to thank you members for that. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 6th May 2020 at 10 a.m.